I was searching through old notebooks and diaries with my girlfriend when I came across a diary entry I had made when I was about 12 years old. It reminded me of a time when I lived in what I thought was a very safe and secure neighborhood, but I wasn't allowed to go far from home without someone watching over me. Because our neighborhood was fenced, my parents let me roam within it even when they weren't home. One day after school, I was riding my bike through the neighborhood when I saw an older lady. She was sitting on her porch and crying, while the front door stood wide open. I was concerned and stopped my bike to see what was going on. She told me that she was having problems with her husband and asked me to come into her house to keep her company while she calmed down. I felt a bit uneasy because I knew it was important to be cautious with people you didn't know, but I also wanted to be nice and polite. As a little kid, I was confused about what to do, so I kept saying no to not go inside, and she kept asking, saying, "Please, please, just for a moment, I just need someone to talk to." But I kept refusing. Then she asked me to wait outside on the porch and stay until she felt better. I agreed to wait because I felt safe in my neighborhood. She asked me to sit on her porch while she went inside and brought out some framed photos. She came back outside while I sat on the porch right in front of the door. Then she showed me the photos. One was of a boy older than me wearing the jersey of the local high school football team. The other photo showed a man and the same boy. She began telling me stories about how she met the man and how they spent their honeymoon in Hawaii. She also talked about how her son was really good at football, one of the best on the team, but she was really worried because she feared she wouldn't see her son anymore if she and her husband got divorced. She started crying again, this time crying on my shoulder. Strangely, it made me feel calmer to know that she had a son. She kept talking for a while, and I started to feel a bit uncomfortable. She kept crying on my shoulder, and I didn't know how to react. I kept thinking about what I had gotten myself into. I just nodded as if I was listening, but I was more focused on finding a good excuse to go home. She continued to say nice things about me, calling me a young, kind child. She also said, "You don't know how important it is for you to spend time with me." That made me feel a bit guilty about leaving her. She insisted that she wanted to cook dinner for me as thanks if I would come inside, but I kept saying no. Finally, I told her I had to go. She asked me if I knew how to use her cell phone because she had just gotten it. I said I could help, so I waited. She was gone for a while, and although part of me wanted to leave, I didn't want to be rude, especially since she lived so close to my home and could meet my parents. I felt really nervous as I thought about going home, but then I convinced myself to stay. It was like an emotional roller coaster. I felt I couldn't just leave. After what seemed like forever, she brought me her cell phone, and it was an Android. At that time, I only had an iPhone, so I was worried I didn't know how to use it. I held the power button for a moment, and it turned on. Then she asked me if I knew how to check her messages. I found the messaging app and opened it. There was only one phone number, and it wasn't saved as a contact in the app. Then she pointed to the message and said, "That's him. That's my husband's number. Please read me his messages." So I opened it. Then she closed her eyes and sometimes nodded, commenting on things like, "Does he miss me?" Or, "Forget it. He had his chance." Then she quickly shifted from being a crying and worried woman to someone who was angry and wanted to show she was right. Sometimes I paused while reading and asked her if she wanted me to stop, but she scolded me and said, "Keep reading." So I continued. I felt that her husband was acting a bit crazy with so many similar messages. I scrolled down and read many messages that looked almost the same, going back days. My heart was pounding fast, and I felt that I was involved in something I shouldn't have gotten into. I really wanted to go home, but every time I stopped, she became really angry and told me to keep reading. Then I found a message that was different from all the others. It said, "Stop messaging me, crazy woman. Leave me alone. Like I told the police, I have a restraining order. If you come near my family, you'll be arrested." When I read that, I was really worried. It made me realize that all the messages I had read were from her phone. I stopped and couldn't believe it, but she insisted, "Keep reading." I told her I couldn't because it was very late and my parents were waiting for me for dinner. Why don't you come for dinner? I'll cook you something. Then you can tell them later that you helped your neighbor. They won't be mad, I promise you, she said. But this time, I was both angry and really worried. So I explained to her that my parents would be worried and wonder why I had been away so long. She begged me a few more times not to go and started crying as I stood up. Honestly, I felt bad at that moment. I rode my bike home as fast as I could. When I got home, my parents had just returned from work and asked me where I had been, but I didn't tell them the truth because I was a bit scared they wouldn't let me walk around the neighborhood when they weren't home. A few days later, when I came home, I saw 3 police cars parked in front of a house. I felt really worried when I saw the police cars. That evening, I asked my parents if they knew what had happened. My father simply said, "Oh, there was a raid or something." Later, I asked one of our neighbors if he knew more about it. They told me that another neighbor had brought a homeless woman into his home. They offered her a shower, a place to sleep, new clothes, and a phone. They even tried to help her find a job, but it turned out she had a mental illness and began to have strange beliefs, like thinking that the neighbor's son was her child. Eventually, the neighbor kicked her out after she had harassed him a lot. Then he went to his parents' home and sent his son to his ex-wife because he was worried about his safety. He had good reasons to be concerned because shortly after he left, she broke one of the window panes to get into the house. Then she stayed in the house for almost a week before a neighbor noticed the broken window and called the police. When they arrived, she had trashed the whole house. She was arrested. I could hardly believe it, but I checked behind the house and saw the broken window myself. I think the guy probably ended his lease and moved out immediately because he was afraid she might come back after she was released from jail. I'm not sure if she ever tried to come back, but I really hope they told the new tenants what happened. To this day, I still feel uneasy about it. Who knows what would have happened if I had gone into that house? A few years ago, I lived in Japan for about 10 months as part of my university's exchange program. I was in Hiroshima, and most of the Japanese people I met were very friendly and polite. But there was an older woman who lived in the apartment next to mine who was different. A month after my arrival in Japan, my group decided to go to the sake festival, which is all about drinking sake, a popular Japanese alcoholic beverage. Turns out that everyone goes there to drink a lot and have a good time. So we tried many different kinds of sake from different parts of Japan and ended up very drunk. Then we somehow managed to take the train back to our apartments. I don't remember much except that I called my girlfriend and then fell asleep on my futon, a Japanese-style bed. We jumped to the next morning at 6 a.m. when I suddenly woke up to a very loud ringing. I was confused because it was very early, but I thought it might be my friend from downstairs talking about what happened last night. I looked through the little peephole in my door and saw a police officer standing there. I talked to the police through a translation app, and they said there was a noise complaint. I was surprised because all I had done was make a phone call and then fallen asleep last night. But when they saw that I was confused, they realized there might be a misunderstanding, so they left. I still felt drunk and very confused, but the day went on as usual. The next morning at 6 a.m., the doorbell rang again. I guessed what it might be this time, and when I looked through the peephole, I saw 2 police officers. We had the same conversation, and I told them there had been no noise. Then I led them into my apartment to show them how I had fallen asleep while watching Netflix. That's when they told me that it was the neighbor who lived next door, someone I hadn't met yet, who was making the complaints. At this point, I thought she might just be rude or prejudiced, so I talked to the person from my university who was responsible for international students. He said they would move me to another apartment, one on the ground floor. I was quite upset because I had just started to feel comfortable in my new home, but I had to accept it. I planned to come the next morning with the landlord to move my things and check out my new room. Have you ever been woken up in the middle of the night and it really messed up your day? Well, I went to bed on time that night and prepared for people to come to help me move my stuff. But suddenly, around 3 a.m., my doorbell started ringing continuously. It was so loud that I woke up immediately. Now I was really scared. I couldn't even move and didn't want to either. After a few minutes of non-stop noise, it suddenly became completely quiet. I slowly went to the front door and looked through the peephole, but I saw nothing. I was sure it was my neighbor who was being really strange. Nothing else happened that night, and eventually, I fell asleep again. I woke up the next morning still a bit scared, but that's okay because my friends would be coming soon. I went outside to see if they were downstairs, but I quickly closed my door because I didn't know what that woman might do if she saw me. When I returned to my room, I noticed that the sliding door to my balcony was completely open, and there I saw her for the first time. This woman had twisted her body around the fence that separated our balconies but was still on her side and just stared directly at me. We looked at each other for a moment, and then she quickly turned back to her side. Literally 2 seconds later, my doorbell rang. Luckily, it turned out to be the people who were there to help me move. I quickly explained the situation to them and then ran downstairs to my new room. Once, I saw the lady acting strangely outside again. She pointed to my new room and asked the police if they had gone in there, but luckily, I could avoid her after that. I think the police decided not to respond to her calls anymore. It was summer in 2017, and I had just gotten married, so we moved into a nice neighborhood and lived in a townhouse. Everything was going well. After a few months, I found out I was going to have a baby. My husband and I were very happy, and so were our families. Here's the important part of the story. My parents lived in a townhouse right next to ours, and my grandparents lived in one between mine and my parents. We all loved the place, and the townhouses were really nice, so we decided to live in the same spot to be close to each other. My husband liked to participate in a local fishing competition that our town held every weekend, but the fishing trip ended very late, and I stayed home most of the time. There were a few reasons for that. First, I felt sick all the time and was constantly nauseous. Second, I couldn't stand the smell, especially when I was pregnant. Since I didn't have much to do, I went outside to get some fresh air and spend time with my mother and grandparents in the evening, and that's when it all started. I began to notice that my neighbor was acting very strange. He lived in the last townhouse at the end of the complex. So, my creepy neighbor would drive into the complex and park his car so that he had a clear view of me and my family when we sat outside in the evenings. Then he would just go to check his mail. After checking his mail, he would stay there for a very long time, sometimes for 30 minutes up to an hour, just watching us while we sat on my grandma's front porch. But I think he was only looking at me because I could barely see his face, and his eyes were fixed on me. His face looked so blank, and it really gave me goosebumps. He did this every night. When I told my family about it, they were frightened too. One day, I decided to go to the fishing lake with my husband and father in the evening. Now, to be honest, it didn't take long. A few hours later, I started to feel sick and had to return home. I told my husband that I would come back later if I felt better. He agreed and told me to go home and rest. So I went home and watched some movies. When it was time to pick up my husband, I felt a bit better. I had dropped him off earlier that evening at the fishing lake, so I grabbed my keys and went to pick him up. As we were on our way home and approaching a red light, I noticed a car speeding behind my truck. I told my husband to look at the driver because the car was dangerously close to the back of our truck, almost touching the bumper. The car was really close to my truck, almost touching it. When the light turned green, I accelerated quickly, but I noticed that the car just stayed there. I told my husband to look around, and just as I said that, the car started moving and turned off its lights. It was about 2 a.m. at this point. "Oh my God! Look," I said. "I know. Just focus on the road," my husband replied. I glanced in the rearview mirror, and the car had turned its lights back on, and the driver was still behind us with high beams on. As he got closer, he turned off his lights again. My husband could see how scared I was, and I think he started to get a little scared too. Finally, we arrived at our townhouse complex, and I turned in to drive in. The car behind me stopped as I continued to drive to park in my spot. After we parked our truck, I looked at my husband, and we both agreed not to get out of the truck. We watched the driveway, and the car slowly began to drive down the street. We could see the car clearly, and that's when I realized it was our creepy neighbor. He parked his car and got out, moving toward the driveway. A few minutes later, he went into his house. My husband and I just looked at each other, shocked. "Who does that?" I said. He shook his head and sighed, and then we went into our house. We couldn't believe what had just happened. We both agreed that it was extremely strange and that we should avoid him as much as possible. Another time that really gave me goosebumps was when I was at a red light, and this time I was alone in my car. I noticed that the neighbor was in the car behind me. He was so close that he almost hit me. When I looked at him, I noticed that he had a really disturbing expression on his face. The feeling when I saw him was so scary that I can't even put it into words. He had his head bowed down with both hands on the steering wheel and looked really angry, as if he was behaving strangely. When the light turned green, I started driving, and he was still following me closely. So I sped up a bit and he did the same. I started to really worry at this point. I kept thinking, what if he rams me? I'm 6 months pregnant, and that could harm my baby. He was still following me closely and still had that creepy expression on his face. Honestly, it seemed like he wanted to hurt me, so I quickly turned on my left blinker and pulled over to the right. I did that to throw him off so I could escape without him following me. But as I quickly pulled over to the side of the road, he came dangerously close to the back of my truck and almost caused an accident. I called my husband and explained what had just happened. At that moment, I was really shocked. I managed to calm myself down and returned home. When I got back to our complex, I saw him at the mailbox as he checked his mail. I parked the truck and then called my mother to come downstairs. I told her everything that had just happened. Then I quickly got out of my car and went into the house to make sure everything was locked and secure. My sister, who is like the detective of the family, started to do some more research. Soon we found out that he was a convicted murderer who had done something terrible. This guy had murdered his partner and had been with the body for days. Then he planned to get rid of the body, but fortunately, they were caught before he could do it. He tried to argue that he was insane, but he wasn't believed and ended up in prison. He served his time but was released a few years earlier than he should have been. When I found out about his past, I became very paranoid, so I made sure to lock all the doors and windows to feel safe. I also carried a gun legally with me wherever I went. I was afraid of him and had every reason to be. A few months went by, and one day when my father and husband were working on our truck, my mother, my newborn baby, and I were sitting on the porch in the evening, trying to enjoy the night, when we noticed his car driving into the complex, and he was playing music very loudly. The song, "I've Had the Time of My Life," from the movie Dirty Dancing. He drove slowly down the street as before. He parked his car in his spot and turned around to have a clear view of my mother and me. He completely turned his car around to look at us while the song was still playing at full volume. My mother and I told my husband and father to see what he was doing. They were tired of his strange behavior. They said they would ask him why he was looking at us. When they saw him go to his car and quickly walk down the driveway, I doubt I'll ever be able to hear that song again without thinking of that guy. Thanks for ruining it for me. But fortunately, he moved out shortly after, and I couldn't have been happier. Finally, I could feel safe in my own home. Sometimes I see him in town and immediately remember how scared he used to make me. When I was in graduate school, I moved from my home state to a new state that was 5 hours away from my classes. But the area around the university wasn't very safe, so I thought it would be a good idea to find an apartment nearby to save money. The place I moved to was like a big house that had been converted into a 3-story building with a large 2-story section added on the back. I stayed in one of the middle apartments on the first floor and had a parking spot at the back of the building. Normally, I kept to myself, but eventually, I got to know the people who lived in the apartment next to mine. It was a married couple without children, probably 10 or 12 years older than me. I learned from the building manager that the husband was the son of the man who owned the entire property. But unfortunately, the husband had had a severe car accident and had some lingering problems with thinking and understanding things. The wife was friendly but had a strong and talkative personality. Both seemed very eager to get to know me, which at first I thought was due to loneliness. Later, however, I thought they might have wanted a special connection with me, which gave me a strange feeling. Often, they would sit outside their door or leave their door partially open with a screen so they could see me when I went back and forth between my apartment and my car. Our conversations could range from 5 minutes to half an hour before they realized I wanted to move on. They often invited me over for dinner and a drink, which I politely declined. What made it even weirder was that although they were friendly to me, I could hear them arguing with each other most nights while I tried to sleep. I had to endure that for a whole year. Just before my lease ended in January, I found a new place to live. I was pretty good at avoiding them, but as I was moving out, the husband finally caught me as I was carrying boxes. He called out to me and said, "Hey, where are you going?" I turned around to look at his face but kept walking back and said, "Oh, hello. Actually, I'm moving out this week." His eyes got very big, and he just stared at me. Then he said, "But you never came over for dinner." I really didn't know what to say except, "Yeah, sorry, we never had the chance." He stood in the way of the driveway and just stared at me without saying anything. So I turned around and put the box in my car. As I left the apartment complex with those things, I drove past him, and he just looked at me with wide, expressionless eyes. About 2 days later, I had moved out all the extra stuff and was just living in the apartment with my essential things. One evening, it got incredibly cold, with temperatures below freezing. As the sun went down, the power in my apartment went out. I couldn't access my circuit breaker, and when I called the person responsible for the building, no one answered. So I had to call the power company to report the outage and pack my things to stay at my then-girlfriend's parents' house. The next morning, I returned determined to move the rest of my stuff when I saw the power company's truck parked in front of the building. I entered my apartment, and a worker came up to me and asked if I was the one who had reported the power problem. I said yes, and he laughed a little. Then he said, "Well, my friend, you made someone angry." I asked him what he meant, and he explained, "The only power problem in the building was in your apartment. Normally, when there's a problem, the switch is in the middle position, but your switch was completely off, which means someone deliberately turned it off. The switch is located in the storage room in the basement, but only the building manager or the owner can get in there." I realized that my neighbor had deliberately turned off my power on the coldest night of the year. I didn't bother talking to him or his wife about it. I just wanted to leave that place. I packed my things and left without checking if they saw me go. When my wife and I got married, we used to take seasonal trips to the coast of California once or twice a year, mainly because of the good weather and also to do some surfing. We were both born and raised in Texas, where we learned to surf, but we didn't meet and fall in love until we both lived in the Midwest for work. The nearest beach for our leisure activities was just a stone's throw away. We had no friends or family in California, so these trips were literally just to satisfy our longing for the beach, our desire for seafood, and even the craving for sunshine. Since we had no family to visit, we simply chose a different coastal village at random for each trip and stayed at a new place each time we selected. As a newly married couple, we didn't earn much money, and our savings were almost depleted, so we had to be frugal on these road trips, which meant no hotel, period. Neither on the journey nor upon arrival in any previously selected village. We drove a Subaru that offered enough space and saved several $100s by simply sleeping in the car. That was my wife's method of keeping our budget under control, and as a nature lover all my life, I agreed as soon as she brought up the subject of camping. However, my wife didn't have traditional camping in mind. This was in the early 2000s, so wild camping wasn't as common as it is today. My wife had heard about wild camping from a colleague who was a long-distance cyclist. Her colleague explained that during these incredibly long bike tours, sometimes the only place to find safety and rest was in a parking lot or on the grassy strip between two shops. The cyclists carried scant supplies, just enough to keep them going, and supplemented these supplies with what they could buy along the way. These cyclists had lightweight sleeping gear, maybe a tent or just a tarp, and rudimentary items like sunshades or can openers to add a bit of comfort. So we made this a part of our trips to California. We packed our Subaru with all sorts of things I imagine scouts would pack. Wood, lighters, rope, sandwich bags, and batteries, all the little things you don't really think about until you need them. Everything was neatly stowed in a small storage space, along with our bedding, to form a perfect mobile sleeping capsule. My wife even had curtains that surrounded the rear part for more privacy. For most of those 4 years, we had no problems with our urban wild camping. The only issue we had was that many of these coastal towns we visited had curfews and fairly strict regulations. So we couldn't stay overnight in the beach parking lots or in front of shops or businesses. So we had to find places where people parked on the street. And again, for these small coastal villages in California, that wasn't common. Everyone had a garage or a driveway, so our little Subaru camper stood out like a sore thumb. However, we always found a small neighborhood or settlement where people parked on the street. We'd spend a few days there, maybe even a week, and then drive back home. There were showers and facilities on the beach, all kinds of outdoor amenities, but finding an overnight spot always proved to be the hardest part. Open camping really requires a bit more creativity than people give us credit for. On one particular trip, we couldn't find a place to stay overnight. It was our first night in town, and at that late hour, we had been driving through the neighborhood for 3 hours without finding a discreet place to park. Finally, after driving some winding roads that led us through a more rural neighborhood, we found a small section between the beach and some houses where people parked on the street. We stopped at one end where the neighborhood ended and the road led into the darkness and called that our home. We began our usual sleep rituals, brushing our teeth, washing our faces with water from the canister, getting cozy, locking the doors, and snuggling into bed. However, there was a commotion outside when we heard footsteps and some conversation. Soon, someone got into the car parked closer to us, about 70 to 80 meters behind us, far enough away not to really bother us. They started the engine and drove down the road, leaving us practically alone on the street. Now there was only one other car parked on the street, and it was hundreds of meters behind us. I was worried that they would soon leave and we'd get a ticket, which really wasn't in our budget. My wife and I discussed our options, but we were somewhat stuck. After driving all day and then even more through the town, we didn't have the energy to start the car and look for a busier area. As we talked, our prayers were answered. From the front windshield, we could see some headlights driving down the road in the opposite direction and stopping somewhere ahead of us. I sat up and pulled the curtains aside to see a large, dusty van parked about 23 meters away. But as I saw it, I felt a strange sensation from the pit of my stomach up to my throat. Something wasn't right, and I immediately let my wife know. She sat up, took a look, and then crawled under the blankets. She said it was unsettling, but we were in a residential area. That was the whole point. We were safe and needed to behave inconspicuously, not be suspicious and draw the attention of every passing vehicle. She was right, and honestly, I admired her unwavering bravery, but I didn't like the van, nor how close it was to us. From my position behind the curtain, I saw someone get into the driver's seat of the van and start smoking while staring directly at our car. I couldn't stand it. I told my wife that I would stay awake for a while because everything was a bit unsettling. She said, "Whatever," turned around, and fell asleep immediately. I got into the driver's seat and leaned behind the steering wheel. We were parked against the moon, and we had a decent tent. I wore dark clothing, a perfect camouflage not to be seen behind the windshield. The whole time, I just watched the hand with the cigarette but go back and forth. No smoke came out of the window, not even a wisp. Anyone who smokes with the windows closed is, in my opinion, a complete psychopath. Still, my paranoia was at its peak, and to this day, I've never been so suspicious of a person. But I couldn't just let it be. After 30 or 40 minutes of just staring at the van, I finally decided to endure it. I would stay awake until sunrise if necessary, just to make sure this guy left. I grabbed the jet boil, the coffee, everything I needed to make a quick and quiet pot of coffee. I set everything up outside on the ground next to the passenger seat to hide a bit from the glances of passersby or those who might look out their windows. I also wanted to force the action. I was tired of watching this van and waiting for something to happen. So I went outside and basically offered a challenge to anyone who wanted to bother us. Here I am, openly, no tricks. I looked at the night sky, heard the sound of the heater next to me. Then I heard the click and slam of a car door opening and closing. I looked up and saw this guy, from the front window's view, approaching me from about 7 meters away with one hand in his pocket. He didn't seem scared or intimidating or anything. He just had the energy of a man about to run an errand. I, on the other hand, was a bit paranoid right under my skin. This was what I wanted to happen with my open challenge to the world. But now he was coming toward me. It dawned on me that I had bitten off more than I could chew and was now choking on it. I took a deep breath. Just before he came within speaking distance, I reminded myself that everything was fine. I had a 35-centimeter Bowie knife next to me, something my wife and I took everywhere we went. I planned to use it to hopefully deter this guy at the first sign of trouble, and if not, to stick it in his chest before he could harm me or my wife. He came within about 7 meters and just stopped, with more of that uneasy energy. The more he did, the stranger he seemed. His hands went in and out of his pockets. He ran his hands through his hair a couple of times and finally approached within speaking distance. He greeted me and asked how I was doing. We had a very short small talk before he asked me for matches. The only matches we had were in the car, but I had a lighter for the jet boil, so I gave it to him and explained that he could keep it. He seemed thrilled by that, as if he had never received such a kind act of generosity. He thanked me repeatedly. After a series of thank yous, he said goodbye and lingered a while before getting into his own van. I watched him light another cigarette and then just, for some reason, lean into his van, continuing to watch. The alarm bells and warning signals had been ringing in my head all night, but here I was around 2 a.m., still not having slept a wink. My interaction with this guy was very unsettling but not so scary that I felt the need to run in the other direction. I convinced myself that he was just an unhappy guy. As I packed up my coffee maker and sat in the driver's seat, I looked around for a few minutes before deciding to lie down. But just as I turned to go back and lie down next to my wife, I noticed something. I saw movement between the bushes between the road and the beach. At first, it was a shadow, but soon I could unmistakably make out the shape of a man, an even bigger one than the one I had just spoken to. He moved through the bushes until he was level with the van, then crossed the road and got into the passenger seat. He was very careful with the handle, as I couldn't hear him when he quietly opened or closed it. This guy went out of his way to make sure no one knew he was there. Great. Not just one but 2 ex-convicts sneaking around about 30 meters away where my wife and I were trying to sleep. I put the key in the ignition and lit up the area with my high beams directly in front of me. I could see both guys sitting in the front seats of the van, and they gave me a creepy smile through the glass. The driver raised the lighter and waved it back and forth in front of me. My wife asked me what the hell was going on, but I just started the car and turned around to drive further into town. Logically, I should have just driven forward since I hadn't driven that road yet, but we knew the area that was more densely populated definitely better. If I was to have any advantage, I would go where the town was denser and more people could intervene. I'll never forget looking in the rearview mirror and seeing the van pull off the shoulder and follow us. They didn't turn on their lights but just followed us in the dark. I could only see the grille and the headlights through the glow of my red taillights. I did my best to quickly explain to my wife what the hell was going on as she slid from side to side in the back of the car. I told her that the guy in the van had just been released from prison that week and had a friend he hadn't mentioned, who was sneaking around our car in the dark. Since he hadn't mentioned him, I assumed his intentions were probably not good. He was likely assessing our situation, seeing if we had anything valuable, things like that. Marina needed only one look out the back window to see the shiny silver front of the van approaching us from behind to agree that I had made the right decision. It was time to get away from there, and we had to do it now. Fortunately, the neighborhood led us into a well-lit community. Suddenly, that dusty heap of a van behind us wasn't so scary. In fact, they looked like idiots as they screeched to a halt, turned around, and drove off. They backed off after only about a quarter of a kilometer and returned to the darkness near the beach. I drove to the nearest pharmacy, parked under a streetlight, did my best to fall asleep. The worst that could happen would be waking up with a ticket, but at that moment, I was grateful not to have been robbed. We had been lucky once again. Marina and I just slept peacefully until morning and woke up without incident. We enjoyed the best breakfast we'd ever had at a local restaurant. The breakfast meat was incredible. We never saw the van again, and honestly, we lost interest in wild camping. Since then, it's been hotels and Airbnbs for us. Personally, I went wild camping only once, and that was during a long drive between my university town and my hometown. The drive took about 20 hours, and the town that was exactly halfway on this journey was Heidelberg, Baden-Württemberg. I had never been to Heidelberg before, but I had heard that it was a paradise for hikers, off-road vehicle drivers, and nature lovers in general. Since I enjoyed hiking and camping, I was curious about what the town had to offer for a passerby like me. When I planned this trip, I tried to keep it as cost-effective as possible. As I mentioned earlier, I was at university at the time, and this was my first trip home for the holidays. I tried to figure out how much the trip would cost so I could budget properly in the future. My first cut in the budget would be a hotel room. I drove my old Volkswagen Jetta, and Heidelberg was such a nature-friendly community that I thought there would be many campsites in the area. I would simply drive to one and stay there for a quick night of 5 or 6 hours. Finally, the day came. I packed my Jetta and set off. Everything went according to plan, and I covered miles until I finally was just before sunset, about 10 or 20 kilometers from Heidelberg. It was so flat out there, without trees or forests that I could see in the fading light, but that didn't bother me. I planned to sleep in my car anyway. However, when I arrived in Heidelberg, it was completely dark. I had no idea where to go in terms of camping. This was long before smartphones, so I only had printed Google Maps that I used to get a rough idea. I soon found a campsite a bit outside the city along the beautiful section of the Neckar River. As far as I remember, it was called Campingplatz Neckar-Wies, about 4 kilometers east of the city limits. Yes, I had looked for campsites, but what I didn't know was that these were highly sought after, fee-based campsites. I couldn't just come and use one. As soon as I did, several campers from other units came toward me with flashlights, asking for a permit or some kind of paperwork stating that I had paid for my stay, probably to keep homeless people away. After this happened to me 2 or 3 times, I was too scared to stay. I didn't feel welcome and thought I would spoil a quiet evening for the other campers who didn't expect a stranger to walk through their area. After being chased away from these campsites, I returned to Heidelberg and decided to sleep in the parking lot of a place like Walmart or Denny's, where there was a restroom open 24 hours. I didn't need amenities. I just needed the basics to make it to the morning. I had really hoped to sleep in the middle of nowhere, but my experiences so far made me doubt whether I should even get off the road. Who knows what would have awaited me there? I also had no luck in the city. There were junkies and weird people everywhere. Every parking lot I checked had at least one unsavory guy, if not 5 or 6, lurking around and doing suspicious things. This wasn't what I had imagined for such a renowned destination. Completely defeated, I decided to sleep in the middle of nowhere. I got back into my Jetta and drove about 3 kilometers south of the city and turned onto the first dirt road I saw. There was a small cattle grid between a barbed wire fence, but other than that, the place was completely open. There were some cliffs that I couldn't see from my location, so I decided to park along the small ridge that partially hid my car. I was still very cautious of my surroundings and decided to drape one of my blankets over the windshield and front windows to avoid unwanted glances from outside my cabin. Then I settled in the front, sitting cross-legged over the console, my butt on the driver's seat, back against the door, and feet on the passenger seat. It was definitely not the most comfortable setup in the world, but I had packed plenty of stuff in the back. Also, I wanted to be ready in case things got weird. I arrived at my spot just in time, around 9 p.m., much later than I had originally planned. My new plan was to sleep a little, wake up at 4 a.m., get ready, return to the city to refuel, and then be back on the road by sunrise around 5 a.m. It was the bare minimum, but again, that was all I really needed to literally survive, the basic survival needs. Something woke me in the early morning hours, just before I wanted to wake up. I opened one eye, and outside my Jetta was a large earth mover, some kind of tractor. It was running, and right around the curtain I had hung up, I could see a guy looking down at me from the cabin. Not a minute passed before he raced into the desert, around one of the cliffs, and disappeared. I didn't think much about it and tried to go back to sleep. I assumed it was some kind of work and that this was his pickup route. A truck that size wouldn't be involved in anything creepy. Not 30 minutes passed when I heard knocking on the passenger side window. I opened one eye and looked at my watch, just before my alarm was about to ring. I guessed that the police were going to kick me out, or maybe the forestry service, as the timing would align with the truck that had disappeared shortly before. I pulled down the blanket to find an old Chevy outside, with a guy staring through the window. I started to wave, but before I could, someone hammered against the window directly behind my head. They hit so hard that my teeth hurt, and gradually I realized that I was completely surrounded. I turned around, and indeed, there was another guy who looked very similar to the first, simple t-shirt, jeans, and boots. Both began yelling at me to get out of the car. For some reason, I did it. I just wanted them to understand that I was just passing through, that I didn't want to cause any trouble. That turned out to be a huge mistake on my part. As soon as I unlocked the vehicle, the guys ripped the doors open and pulled me out by the arm and shoulders. Once they had me on the ground, one sat on me while the other rummaged through everything I had, starting with my glove compartment. To say it was a thorough search would be an understatement. I watched as this guy flipped my front seats over, dumped my glove compartment and center console into the mud, and took anything of value, coins, electronics, whatever. I swear I even saw him take my lighter just because it was shiny. I explained to the guy holding me down that I was a student from out of town, had no intention of causing trouble, just lost and trying to get a little sleep before hitting the road again. The guy literally laughed at everything I said, repeated it in a dumb voice, even gave me a few slaps while laughing. He didn't care who I was or where I came from. After a few more minutes, the sun rose over the hills. Everything was illuminated. I don't know how, but I could feel that this made these guys nervous. I could hear the cars on the road, which I had thought were closer during the night, and now that I could see, it was a good 400 meters from the main road. How these guys had found me wasn't entirely clear. I thought I had done a good job hiding. Finally, after 10 or 15 minutes on the ground, they just walked away. They told me not to follow them, not to call the police or do anything stupid, because if I did, they'd come back and kill me. They were very, very clear when they said that. Anyway, I had already made my decision. They hadn't taken much from me, mainly some food and the little cash I had up front. After making sure I was okay, I returned to my Jetta and drove back to Heidelberg. It took a while, but after driving around a bit, I found the police station, went in, and filed a report. At first, they were quite dismissive, as I was a student with a license from another state and looked pretty dirty. I probably looked like a crazy vagrant. Only after I explained where this had happened did the officers seem a bit more interested. They said, "South of the city? How far?" One of the officers asked. I did my best to explain where I had gotten off the road. The officer turned to his superior and spoke for a moment, searched through some previous reports. It turned out that the guys who had robbed me had been causing problems in the city for a few weeks, and most, if not all, reports came from the southern side of the city. Additionally, the dirt road where I had gone to sleep led to a large agricultural estate, and I don't mean a holiday resort, but a real agricultural facility. They even had a mine on the premises, hence the large truck that had passed me in the early morning hours. Some guys had been repeatedly getting onto the property at night. They came in without anything, wandered around the property until they turned on some lights or triggered an alarm, then ran back into the desert and grabbed what they could. Tools, copper, raw minerals, building materials, literally anything they could sell to make a few dollars. My misfortune became a stroke of luck for the local police. I led them to the place where my incident had occurred, and from there, the sheriff's department could track them. By the end of the day, they were found in a small cave by a creek that intersected with the river. They had water supplies, a fire pit, all sorts of stuff to really enable them to live decently. The problem was that they caught locals and travelers like me to get everything. After that day, I got my stuff back, which, as I said, wasn't much. Maybe 1,500 pesos in total, along with some of my personal items like blankets. I have no idea what happened to those men, but I'm sure the camp was cleared, lost items returned to the owners, and everything else ended up in the trash. From then on, I'm sure those guys were locked up and I went on with my life. As I said at the beginning, that was my first and only experience with wild camping, and I can confidently say that I will never do it again. A few years ago, my wife and I regularly visited my wife's sister somewhere in the Pacific Northwest. We're an older couple but not old or even retired, so we plan such trips quite often. In the last 5 years or so, however, we had heard of a new trend called stealth camping. To my wife and me, that seemed funny because we had been doing such things for years in many different states and cities. Nevertheless, we were fascinated. We found all kinds of YouTubers and TikTok streamers who invented new ways of camping in increasingly populated areas. Some of the things we saw were great, groundbreaking ideas, and some of the things we found were very daring, the kind of dangerous content made just to attract attention and get views by trying to camp in high-crime areas, camping without a car or tent, just crazy and ridiculous attempts to get views no matter what. Still, we liked what we saw and began incorporating this into our trips across the country. At first, we simply started by sleeping in the car in well-lit parking lots. Then we gradually transitioned to more remote camping methods. Instead of sleeping in a Walmart parking lot, we'd look for a luxury apartment complex or even a gated community, somewhere with a bit more security. We'd follow someone in, find a good, unreserved parking spot, and spend the night without anyone knowing. When morning came, we'd get ready to leave and simply exit through the gate as if we'd always lived there. It was really fun and always gave us a slight thrill. Now, stealth camping isn't quite the same as boondocking, which was something my wife and I had also done. Boondocking simply means camping in the middle of nowhere, usually on public land and without services or amenities. It's essentially like typical camping. We liked stealth camping because it kept us within city limits, and we really didn't have to prepare anything. We could use our car in a way we normally couldn't. After a year of exploring and experimenting with the big stealth camping trend, we decided to try something new on this trip. We were visiting my sister-in-law, and instead of just using the car, we wanted to find a place within the city limits to set up a small camp and sleep outdoors. We had seen enough videos and practiced enough on our own to be confident that we could pull it off. In hindsight, I don't know what the hell we were thinking. This was definitely an activity for bored, middle-aged white people if such a thing ever existed. Everything on this trip went well initially. We had stopped for 3 or 4 nights so far, all successful outdoor adventures. Now we were really in the city and had to be careful where we ended up. After buying some food and stretching our legs, we began looking for a place to set up camp. It didn't take long before we saw this charming green strip behind a Target store. It had a flimsy fence with no warning signs. There was grass and a row of trees and even a small hill that offered a vantage point. Overall, it seemed absolutely perfect and would make our stealth camping adventure the most conspicuous yet. You can't just go in and set up a full camp when people are around. We'd have to make several trips back and forth from our car. So we wanted the nearby store to be closed, the parking lot empty, and a healthy darkness surrounding us. We spent some time running basic errands, making sure we had food and water for the night before we returned, and indeed, the place had emptied out. We were ready to do our thing. We didn't have tons of supplies or anything, but we liked to make ourselves comfortable, and we didn't want any reason to go back to our car. As I said, we took this pretty seriously and compared every step of our camping to some videos we had seen. We knew everything had to be safe and secret, so we adhered to a certain standard. At the end of the day, however, it was a lot of fun and something we could tell our friends about. The camp itself was hidden in a cluster of trees about halfway up the hill, which made our tent invisible from practically all directions. It was a dark nylon tent and so small that it fit perfectly into the surroundings. At the top, where the trees were, there was a flat area for the tent, which also had a cotton canopy for 2 people. It was very comfortable and kept us off the ground, which helped relieve our backs a bit. Again, we're older, you can't blame us for avoiding pain when we can. Then we settled into a couple of folding chairs we had brought. We didn't skimp on luxury. With the isolation we had there, we spoke quietly, shared a snack, drank some wine, and just looked up at the sky. It was relaxing, very quiet. You could hardly tell we were in the middle of a large metropolitan area. Somewhere behind us, we could hear the faint hum of the highway, but then we heard something much closer. Tires squealing across the parking lot. The hill wasn't so high that we couldn't see over the Target building, but it was obvious that someone was doing donuts or something on the parking lot. Every time we thought it would stop, they'd turn the steering wheel and accelerate in the other direction. It was very confusing, but not enough to scare us or anything. Our car was parked there, but there were other cars too, maybe even night shift workers. It was an assortment of vehicles that would hopefully prevent one of these guys from hitting one of them. It calmed down after a while, and soon my wife and I prepared to go to bed. There's something about sitting in the dark, especially outdoors, that just drains my energy. It could be 7 p.m., and I'd tell you it was midnight. I lose all sense of time and just want to sleep outside all the time. Just as we were about to pack up the chairs and get into our tent, we heard this same car drive onto the parking lot again, except this time it screeched. My wife and I looked at each other. That's new. Then we heard a car door open and close. Then another. Then we heard footsteps, voices. Everything got louder. My wife and I looked at each other in complete horror as 2 strangers pushed aside the fence and headed straight for the green strip in which we had hidden. We could clearly hear them now. They weren't talking about nice or friendly things, mainly violence and drug use. I couldn't believe this was really happening. My wife started to stand up, but I stopped her and whispered for her to stay still. The trees completely blocked us from view. The only way they'd find us would be through sound. She sat down, covered her mouth, and just waited. Fortunately, these voices diminished as the 2 strangers stopped just in front of us on the flat area before the hill. There was also a large fallen tree there, bigger than a car tire, which served as a good seat. I had thought about camping next to it, but found it too close to the fence to feel comfortable, and luckily we hadn't, or they would have almost immediately discovered us. Now we could only hear these guys talking. Obviously, we didn't know their names, so I'll call them Guy 1 and Loudmouth. Initially, they just talked about getting high and wasted, but eventually the conversation turned violent, about things they had done, things they wanted to do, and finally about why they were even there. "Damn, man, what time is it? Is he coming or not?" asked Loudmouth. Yeah, he said he'd come late. Always comes late. "I can't wait to do this," said Guy 1. "Yeah, me neither, man. That guy is a jerk," agreed Loudmouth. Now they began to elaborate on how they were supposed to meet a third person, a drug dealer of some kind. They were going to rob him right there. Apparently, they regularly bought from this guy, but his prices had gone up, and his consistency had decreased. Addiction turned into desperation, and both turned into anger for Loudmouth and Guy 1. Anger they wanted to use to rob the person causing their problems, or at least that's how they argued it. We didn't like what we were hearing, but our options were limited. We were outnumbered by these thugs and had no interest in getting involved in any way. I had a gun, of course, but that was an absolute last resort. It was an unspoken agreement that we would just hide, stay quiet, wait for whatever would happen, and once it was clear, call the police and get out of there. The two thugs kept talking about all sorts of vile and colorful things. My wife almost covered her ears because it was so disgusting, beyond simple locker room talk but truly shameful ravings of depraved minds. After a while, we heard footsteps approaching from outside. I prayed it was a security guard or someone, but it turned out to be the drug dealer. They began greeting each other and shaking hands. That part almost felt good, as my wife and I were the only ones who really knew what was going on, or at least we thought so. Then it got down to business. Loudmouth began asking for his purchase, and the drug dealer pulled a gun out of his jacket and pointed it directly at Loudmouth's face. "What the hell, man?" he exclaimed. "You didn't say there'd be a gun." "There are a lot of things I didn't tell you," said Guy 1 coldly. "Now empty your pockets." This whole exchange was a double setup because Guy 1 was never going to rob the drug dealer but was actually in cahoots with him. Then the second gun came out. They were armed, and Loudmouth realized immediately that he was done for. His only option was to become increasingly loud, which was pretty easy for him, but they didn't let him. My wife almost gave us away when the drug dealer pistol-whipped Loudmouth. Not once but twice. He became really quiet. Guy 1 turned him over and began working on him, searching his pockets. Then they literally tied him up like a pig. Loudmouth began to grunt as he tried to free himself, but it was futile. After about 20 minutes, he finally gave up, panting face down on the ground. Honestly, I think he passed out from exhaustion. My wife and I wasted no time and immediately began breaking down the camp. First the chairs, then we stuffed all our loose equipment into the cooler, piled up like a big heap. We dismantled the tent as quietly as possible, careful not to kick anything that could give us away. When everything was ready, we were prepared to run to our car, but we heard something. Loudmouth began struggling against his restraints again, except this time he was making progress. It didn't take a second, and suddenly his arms were free, which quickly came down to undo his ankles. Then he stood up, muttering to himself, shaking the dirt off his clothes. My wife and I were frozen. We had no idea what the hell to do. We were already anxious enough at the thought of passing by this guy, but now he was up and free. He took one last look at the green strip and then ran to the parking lot. We stood there and listened as his footsteps faded until we could no longer hear them. Then we hurried to load our camp into the car and drove west. The night wasn't over yet, and deep in our hearts, we knew this wouldn't be the last time we'd stealth camp. But at least we did it now with a more realistic experience. It reminded us how dangerous it could be, especially in urban areas, and how important it was always to have a plan B. Something we had never thought about until that moment. We felt lucky to have gotten away unscathed, but we would never forget that night on the green strip. It was the last time we tried to camp stealthily in a city, and honestly, it was the last attempt I made to stealth camp. We had outgrown our fad phase, and we were completely satisfied to stay out of any situation that involved guys like those. In the end, we slept in the parking lot of a Walmart about 3 hours away. It was the safest place we could imagine in that situation. It was a night of madness, and although we weren't fully prepared for what happened, we were at least able to adapt and make the best of a bad situation. It's only a week or two ago that I took a hike on a long path through the dense woods behind my village. I lived in a very close-knit village with just under 1,000 inhabitants, so we were quite far from the large populated cities. The forests at the edge were very flat, without mountains or hills, but there were some ponds and some small rivers that crossed them. I was on my way to one of these rivers. I had been there a few times before, but had never had the chance to camp there until that day. As far as I can remember, I knew it was about a 3-hour walk away, almost perfectly due north. As I wandered between the trees, everything was very quiet, apart from the birds and other animals fluttering around me among the leaves. There were no people or hikers, and I didn't plan on seeing anyone because there wasn't even a proper path. It was just open forest. But about 45 minutes away from the river, I met someone. We were both walking toward each other, and it seemed as if neither of us had noticed the other until we were only a few meters apart, separated by just a few trees. I remember he had a confused and almost nervous expression when he met me. It was very unusual to meet someone off the path in the middle of these woods, but the man had the same expression. I was about to break the silence and say hello, but after a second, his face changed to a slight nervous smile, and he turned to walk in another direction. I followed his lead and continued on my way, but as I was a little farther away, I looked back and saw that the man was no longer walking but running. He hadn't said a word when we met, which gave me a somewhat eerie feeling, but seeing him run away as we met just made it stranger. It was as if the man didn't want to be seen, or the near impossibility that we would meet didn't matter to him. Anyway, I continued doing my thing and reached the river. It wasn't a place for camping or anything, so I just left my backpack and tent at the flattest spot I could find. Then I made a fire, as the sun was just about to set. I threw a lot of random sticks and branches lying around into the fire and made sure it burned for at least a few hours. I planned to stay awake and wait for the stars, to see them far away from the village. Often, I get a good view of the Milky Way, which is a sight I never want to miss. Hours passed as I sat there waiting until a distinct sound broke through the silent woods behind me. Slow and cautious footsteps. I turned around and looked, not seeing much in the darkness as I looked around, although the steps stopped, which showed me that although I couldn't see them, they could see me. I bent down to grab my backpack and took a sturdy flashlight that illuminated the trees. Now I could see decently far, but as I moved it from side to side, I saw no one. I felt my heartbeat quicken a bit as I felt that eerie feeling again. Is someone there? I tried again. Hello? There wasn't even the sound of another step. After a moment of thinking, I began to walk in the direction from which I had heard the sound. I thought there might be a chance I was mistaken, but I had to be sure. I walked cautiously among the trees, keeping the flashlight pointed firmly ahead until I reached the spot where I thought I had heard the sound. I moved the light to the left, looked behind each tree until the light suddenly revealed a large man. It was the same man I had encountered just a few hours earlier, and he was no more than 6 meters away. But even with the light pointed at him, he remained motionless. In a quick moment of thinking, I tried not to react and moved my flashlight further through the forest, hoping he would think I hadn't seen him in some way. Then I began to walk back to the tent, trying to act as calmly as possible. I packed my backpack and looked back once more before quickly leaving my tent and campfire behind and heading into the forest along the river. Once I felt I had put enough distance between us, I ran as fast as I could to ensure I was far enough away from this man. I found a place to rest and stayed awake until dawn. I don't think he followed me because I was able to leave without seeing or hearing the man again. I'm not sure why he was there or why he appeared and hid near my camp, but I never went back to get my tent, fearing what I might find. I had brought my camper into a forest a few kilometers from my home. I live in a rural area with many surrounding woods, so camping is quite common here. The place I drove to wasn't very well known, a campsite big enough to host only a few campers. I liked it because there was rarely anyone else there, and the path leading there was wide enough for my camper to pass through without problems. When I arrived, the meadow where I parked was empty. I had no plans, so I stayed inside for a while before coming out to set up the outer tent. Then I got myself a chair and began collecting some wood for a campfire. There was still plenty of time until evening, but I just wanted to be prepared before it got too dark. I went far enough into the forest behind the camper that I could no longer really see the campsite. Much of the wood was still wet from a rain we had a few nights ago, so it took a while to find some dry pieces I could use. I had probably been out for about 20 minutes, but when I returned to the camper, a man was standing nearby, setting up a tent. He nodded as I returned to the campsite, and I simply returned the gesture to acknowledge each other. I didn't see anything strange about him and didn't think much of it, except that it bothered me a bit to have to share the area with someone else now. After throwing the sticks on the ground, I went back into my camper to have some privacy, grabbed a beer, and sat inside with the awning open. I'm not sure how long I was there. Maybe about 30 minutes. Before I got up and looked out the window, the man had set up his tent, but now that everything was set up, I noticed how worn out it was. It had many holes and cuts with flaps fluttering in the wind. It looked like an old tent that had been left outside for years without ever being maintained, and it wasn't even in good enough condition to be better than just sleeping outdoors. Through the holes, I didn't see the man in the tent. I looked around the area but couldn't see him anywhere else on the campsite. I went out of the camper and began making my campfire while continuing to look at the terrible tent he had set up and wondering why he was using it and how strange it was that he thought it was good enough to use. As the sun set, I lit the fire and sat beside it, still not knowing where the man had gone. I stayed there for a while as darkness enveloped the forest around me, and only the faint light of the campfire illuminated the small area around me. The night passed slowly as I began to wonder more and more where the man was and why he hadn't returned to his tent now that it had gotten so late. I glanced at my watch and saw that it was almost 1 a.m., which meant it had been dark for almost 4 hours. I stood up from my chair and walked a bit closer to the man's tent, just to make sure he really wasn't there. "Are you there?" I called. There was no answer. I stood in the middle of the campsite and looked around the dark forest surrounding me, thinking that the man might be lost out there somewhere. But as I looked in all directions, the unease within me began to grow until a sudden movement beside one of the trees made me pause. I looked over, unsure of exactly what I had seen, until my eyes slowly began to make out the outline of a man standing right next to the tree. He stood still as if he didn't want to be seen. A wave of fear washed over me, and the longer I looked at him, the less sure I was if he was the same man I had seen at the tent. I began to slowly take a few steps back and then hurried back into my camper. I looked out the window and saw the man still standing in the same spot, looking in my direction. After a slight hesitation, I quickly went to the driver's cabin, started the vehicle, and drove away from the campsite. What scares me every time I think about it is whether that wasn't the man from the tent and just another person standing in the forest. Maybe he had done something to the other man, or maybe they were together, and the man from the tent was somewhere else in the forest watching me without my knowing it. 2 years ago, I lived with my younger brother on the East Coast, and for the most part, we didn't go out much. I mean, we often went out with friends and grabbed something to eat or so, but we never really went out to do anything interesting. I began looking for things we could do, and one of the most common suggestions was camping because we were right along the Harz Mountains. I told my brother, but he didn't seem very interested. A few days later, I went out and bought some things like a small tent and some safety tools. Then I packed one of my old backpacks and drove to a nearby hiking trail. Yes, I was really inexperienced and going camping alone wasn't a good idea, but I planned to be out for only one night, so I thought even if there was a problem, it wouldn't be that bad. After an hour's drive, I arrived at the trailhead. There were no other cars parked, and I didn't see another person. I got out, strapped on the backpack, and then walked to the start of the trail. It was narrow and not very well maintained, but it was good enough. I don't think it was a popular trail. I had just found it in a large list and picked one that wasn't too long. As I walked, it became increasingly clear how little this trail was used. The bushes had grown thick and blocked the path, and even in some places, the grass had grown so high that it was very hard to tell which was the path and which wasn't. But after an hour, I reached the end. Having seen the trail, the campsite area was about what I expected. It was small and mostly covered in underbrush, but what immediately caught my attention were a lot of tree stumps on the other side of the campsite. I went closer and saw that pieces of charred wood were peeling off from the wind, so it must have been used recently, maybe even the night before. I looked around again but didn't see a tent or signs that anyone had been here, although I wasn't sure. I went to the other end, put down my things, and then began setting up the tent. It was still not very dark, so I took my time to make sure the tent was well set up. When I was finished, I took a break, sat down, and relaxed for a while. There was still about an hour of sunlight left, and I spent it eating and sitting on my sleeping bag inside the tent. After a while, I noticed the sun setting, but soon after, a noise came from somewhere nearby, a crackling sound like from a campfire. After a while, I unzipped the tent and went out, only to immediately face a man on the other side of the campsite, right next to the half-burned stumps. He was older than me, probably in his 40s, but I couldn't see much more due to the low sunlight filtering through the trees. He was already looking at me, so I nervously waved my hand. The man waited a few seconds and then raised his hand as well. I walked around my tent and grabbed a bundle of sticks, then made a small fire. It was only a few minutes until it became dark. Only the light of my fire and the man's fire on the other side remained. I kept looking over, trying to see if he had a tent or a backpack or something, but all I could see was him every time I looked. I just felt more frightened and nervous. Where did he even come from? My tent was set up right next to the path, so I would have heard him if he had walked, unless he came from the other side, which was filled with empty forest. I had been there at least an hour, probably 2, and had never seen the man get up from his spot. He just sat by the fire and stared straight ahead. Eventually, I went into my tent, thinking I was probably overreacting and that the man was probably just another camper. After a while, I lay down and tried to sleep, but I don't think my mind would let me sleep for some reason. So I just sat there, staring at the ceiling and listening to the barely perceptible crackling of the man's fire. I was probably there for another hour before I heard the leaves slowly rustling, approaching my tent. I sat up and listened intently until I could see the shadow of the man standing on the other side of the canvas. My whole body froze as I saw him standing there for a moment without moving, without speaking. Then his shadow began to move away as I heard the rustling of leaves in the distance. I quickly unzipped the tent and looked outside. The campsite was empty. The man was gone, leaving only the burning stumps behind. I began packing everything, stuffing the tent into its bag, even breaking some of the poles to move faster. I walked away without ever seeing the man return. What happened there or what was supposed to happen, I really don't know. This happened when I was in my early 20s in the year 2003. At that time, I was a taxi driver, a job I did during my college years. I mainly worked the night shift because it was the only way to coordinate my schedule. After dropping off my last passenger, I headed home. On my route, there was a new housing project that I had passed several times. Based on the size of the unfinished houses, I could see that a lot of money had been invested there. During the day, the place was full of construction workers and landscapers, but it was almost 2 a.m., and all that was left were piles of wood and idle machines like excavators and bulldozers. The neighborhood bordered a forest, another sign that it was an upscale development. A chill ran down my spine as I slowly drove through the construction site. There was a sign that said, "Drive slowly due to workers." I didn't know if that applied in the middle of the night, but I couldn't afford to risk a fine, so I adhered to it anyway. As I drove past a large dump truck, my headlights illuminated the figure of a man. I didn't have time to react before he ran up to my window. Completely frightened, I quickly locked the doors and made sure all my windows were closed as he approached the driver's side window. I could see that he was a clean-looking guy, probably in his 40s. He wore a flannel shirt with blue jeans and sneakers. He seemed like just a normal guy. Normal except for the fact that he was absolutely terrified, with tears streaming down his face and his whole body trembling. He stood beside my car. His muffled words were unintelligible through my closed windows. Maybe I should have driven away, but for some reason, I decided to listen to him. I opened my window just enough to hear him. "Please, sir, please let me in. I have money," he pleaded. "Is there someone I can call for you?" I offered. "There's no time. He's coming." The man begged. "Who is coming?" I asked, confused. "Please, sir, there's no time to explain," he cried. At this point, I was more than a little unsettled. Part of me wanted to help him, but we were so alone out there, and his urgency to get into the car worried me. Most taxi drivers have a story about a passenger they shouldn't have picked up. It's an unfortunate part of the job, but robberies do happen. I decided not to let him in. "Wait, I'll call the police for you," I said. "No, there's no time. Please," he pleaded. As I pulled away, I could hear him running behind my car, screaming for help. My heart was torn as I heard him cry. I drove straight to the police station and told them what had happened. They told me to go home and that they would send someone to look for him. I did as they said. After a sleepless night, I called the police station to check if they had found him. They told me they had sent 2 patrol cars to the place where I had seen him, but they hadn't found anything. I was somewhat relieved, hoping he had found another ride or that my fears were justified and he had bad intentions. A few days later, I saw the news. There was a report about a body found in the woods near the place where I had met the man. They showed a photo of the victim, and it was him, the man who had asked me for help that night. The reporter said the cause of death was an animal attack, but I don't believe that. There were no animals in that forest larger than a raccoon. Moreover, I clearly remember the man saying, "He's after me." If it had been an animal, he would have said so. It was hard to deal with the guilt I felt for turning my back on a person in need. I think many people would understand that, but it's still difficult. However, many questions remain unanswered. What was he running from? Why was he being chased? And most frightening of all, whatever it was, is it still out there? This is a true story that happened in September 2020. I was on a trip to Germany, where most of my family and friends live, apart from those in the state of Hidalgo. Not to brag, but my family is extremely wealthy, much more than I can convey. In fact, my uncle is still a billionaire to this day. Therefore, I had my own supercar, a 2020 Lamborghini Aventador SV, in Germany. I also have my own car in Mexico. My cousins, who also had a lot of money, were in Germany at that time. We decided to take a drive on the German Autobahn with our supercars. For those who don't know, the Autobahn is a highway in Germany without speed limits. The group consisted of me and my cousins David, Lucas, and Santiago. David had a Ferrari SF90, Lucas was driving his Porsche, and Santiago was in his McLaren 720S. We began our tour at 8 p.m., and before we knew it, we were driving just over 260 kilometers per hour. I was having fun when I noticed that something was wrong with David and that he had disappeared from the group. I looked around to make sure I wasn't mistaken, but to my dismay, I wasn't. David had indeed vanished. I called my other cousins and told them to stop. When I told them what had happened, they were as confused and horrified as I was, because there was no way that David could have suddenly disappeared at 250 kilometers per hour. I tried calling him, but he didn't answer. We did something that would probably have earned us a fine. We turned around and drove on the Autobahn in the opposite direction to look for David. When we reached the spot on the Autobahn where David was last seen, we decided to park our cars and search for him in the forest next to the long Autobahn. Not even 3 minutes passed when I could hear cries for help. It was David's voice. We ran in the direction from which the voice came, only to realize something that still makes me shudder every time I think about it. While we were running, the cries for help remained at the same distance, as if David, or whatever was pretending to be David, was moving away from us while crying for help. We began to panic and started crying out of frustration. We searched and searched but couldn't find him. With tears in our eyes, we called Lucas's parents, who were just as anxious as we were. They called the police and we waited until they arrived. A large search team was organized, which took 3 days to find David's Ferrari. The peculiar thing was that the car showed no signs of an accident. It was completely intact. There wasn't a scratch and nothing was missing inside, except for David. The search continued but without success. After a year, The case was closed because no one could understand how such a thing could happen unless it was a glitch in the Matrix or something. It's 2022, and I still miss my dear cousin and cry for him. His car was returned to us, and sometimes I drive it. I still hope that, for some reason, he is okay or at least alive and can be found. This event has shaken me to the core. This is a disturbing story that happened a few years ago. I was on my way home from a friend's house. I lived in the countryside, so I often drove into town to spend time with friends. I don't exactly remember what we did that night, but often we went bowling, to the movies, or just got some ice cream and spent time in the park. What I know is that we lost track of time, and it was already past midnight when I drove home. My home was about 5 kilometers from the main road. That means 5 kilometers of unpaved roads with no lighting. So it can be a bit creepy at night. It's amazing how dark it really gets. So dark that you can't see your hand in front of your face when the lights go out. Therefore, I always drive slowly in the dark, as you can only see about 5 or 6 meters ahead. So if you need to stop to avoid a deer or a pothole, it helps to have that extra time. Not many people live there, so I was surprised to see a man standing by the side of the road. He was at that point about 800 meters from the main road. My headlights illuminated his body as he stood there and greeted me with a friendly smile. He was a tall, large, and stocky man with a mustache and an old baseball cap. If I had to guess, I would say he was in his 30s. I know that in my head, alarm bells should have been ringing, but he really didn't seem threatening. Also, people in the countryside tend to help each other, so perhaps that's why I trusted him. I slowed down and he approached the driver's window. As I stopped, he said, "How are you, ma'am? I'm sorry to bother you, but could you give me a ride into town?" he said. I didn't hesitate and agreed. "Of course, get in," I said. "Thank you very much. I really appreciate it." "I'm Marcus," he said gratefully. "Well, you're welcome, Marcus. I'm Lisa," I replied. As naive as it sounds, he was so polite that I just had to trust him. I turned the car around and headed back to the main road. As I said, we were only about half a kilometer away at that point, so it wasn't a big deal to give him a ride. We chatted for a few minutes. His calm demeanor made me feel at ease, even though I was alone in a car with a stranger. But after no more than 10 minutes, he said, "I'm very sorry to have to do this, ma'am, but I need to take your car." I had to pause to process what I was hearing. "What are you talking about?" pleaded. As I said, "I need to take the car." "Let's not make this difficult," he said. I stood there, speechless, in disbelief. I was about to say a few things when he suddenly pulled out a pistol and pointed it directly at me. My heart almost stopped as I looked at him. He had an expression of regret on his face, as if he really felt bad for what he was doing. I brought the car to a stop and got out. Marcus got into the driver's seat and looked at me. "One last thing, ma'am. I need your phone. I can't afford for you to call the police," he explained. I said nothing. I just gave him my phone. My whole body was shaking. "For what it's worth, I'm sorry," he said before driving off into the night. I walked for about 30 minutes before I was finally able to flag down a police car. I told them what had happened. While we drove to the station to file a report, the officer told me that my description matched that of a man wanted for several armed robberies in this and other nearby towns. It was incredible. He was waiting for someone to pass by on the road to take advantage of their kindness. I was that unfortunate person. It really messed with my mind that such a polite and friendly person could turn on me in an instant. I have always been someone who tries to help others, but this made me question my entire worldview. Why should I put myself in danger for someone who could harm me? That's a decision we all have to make for ourselves. I don't want to give up on what the world has to offer or anything. It's just something to think about. Take care out there, and look after your loved ones. On another day, I left work around 11 p.m. I worked at a fast food restaurant on the other side of the city where I lived. The drive took about 45 minutes, which was quite long to earn minimum wage, but I couldn't find anything better, so I did it. Around 10 p.m., it started to rain, so when I finished at 11 p.m., the streets were very wet and slippery. I drove slowly during the first half of my journey. Visibility was poor due to the rain, and I was driving through a somewhat rural part of the city. I was on a paved road, but most of the side roads led into the countryside, where the roads were not paved. After a while, I noticed that not many cars were on the road, so I began to drive a bit faster. I know that wasn't smart, but I was tired and just wanted to go home and sleep. Suddenly, I noticed some red brake lights in front of me. I approached quickly and slammed on the brakes, but it was too late. I collided with a car, hitting the rear fender as it was trying to turn onto one of the rural roads. I knew immediately that I had messed up. The car had stopped abruptly, but it's common knowledge that in a rear-end collision, there's no doubt about who is at fault. Fortunately, I wasn't injured or anything because I managed to brake in time. What really went through my mind was how much money this would cost me, as I didn't earn much at that time. I parked my car on the side of the road and turned off the engine. Then I wiped a tear from my cheek before getting out of my car. First, I checked the damage to my car. One headlight was broken, and there was a big dent. I was sure it would cost a few €100 to repair at least, but it could have been worse. Then I turned my attention to the other car that had stopped in front of me. The other driver hadn't gotten out yet, so I waited between the two cars. The rain continued to fall. I expected to be yelled at and felt that I deserved it. After another 30 seconds, the front door of the other car opened, and a man got out. He was an average-looking guy, probably in his 40s, with a gray hoodie and blue jeans. I also noticed a pistol at his waist as he leaned over. That wasn't unusual where I live because many people carry firearms, but that added tension to the situation. I had no idea how he would react. He went back to his car to assess the damage. It was about the same damage as on my car. A broken taillight and a big dent. Then he looked up and came toward me. I could see a small drop of blood on his face, definitely caused by the accident. That was the moment when I knew I had really messed up. "It just looks like a scratch. Don't worry about it, friend," he said to me. "Are you sure? Did you notice that you're bleeding?" I replied, "Yeah, that's from something else. Just go," he said. He was young, but I knew that if someone was injured in an accident, you have to report it to the police. Any problem where I was would be much worse if I didn't report it. So I said to the guy, "I'm going to call the police." I don't remember exactly what he said after that, but he tried to persuade me not to report the accident. Still, I was persistent and pulled out my phone to dial the emergency number. Then his mood changed. He became angry and started approaching me. He didn't do anything obviously threatening, but he really invaded my personal space. It was like a show of power, combined with the fact that he was armed, and it seriously intimidated me. Quickly, I agreed not to call. Then I put my phone back in my pocket. The guy immediately stepped back, then turned around and went back to his car. I stood there for a minute, still shaken by what had happened. But just at the moment when the man drove off in his car, I had enough common sense to memorize his license plate. I won't say what it was, but I repeated it several times in my head before it disappeared into the distance. Then I went back to my car and called the police. I told them what had happened, that I was involved in a car accident where the other driver was injured but refused to involve the police. They seemed to take the situation very seriously, and when I gave them the license plate number, they checked it in their system. It turned out that the car had been stolen several days earlier. Not only that, but it had also been used in an armed robbery since then. Finally, I understood why the man didn't want me to call the police. They asked me to come to the police station and give a description of the man. It was after midnight when I arrived there, and I was dead tired, but I knew how important it was to get this guy off the streets. So I went. I did my best to help with the investigation in every way I could. I heard that they eventually caught him and charged him with several crimes. The damage to my car was about €2,000, which I paid out of my own pocket, and I was never charged for the damage to the other car. although I suspect that the rightful owner could pursue me for that. In any case, the money isn't important. This guy was really dangerous, and if I had been more insistent about calling the police while he was there, I have no doubt that he would have done something. Something really terrifying happened to me when I was about 18 years old in the early 90s. At that time, I loved cars and enjoyed working on my own, even though I was a girl. I had a 1979 Camaro Z28 with T-tops, and in the summer, I loved driving around with my friends looking for something to do. One night, as I was cruising up and down the main street in a neighboring town, I noticed a small red van following us from a distance. I was with my friend Julia and mentioned to her that I thought the van was following us. I turned into the parking lot of a fast food restaurant and noticed that the van also pulled in 3 cars behind us. I turned in the other direction, and he did the same again. I did this several times, and the van still followed us, always keeping a distance of 3 cars. Julia and I decided that we should drive home, which was about 30 minutes away. We thought the driver of the van would simply give up and let us go. But he didn't. He continued to follow us. It was getting really late, and we started to worry because the van had been following us for almost an hour. We didn't want to go home and have him know where we lived. I decided it would be best to drive to the nearest police station. I told Julia what I planned to do, and to my horror, she grabbed the steering wheel and jerked it so that the car suddenly swerved to the right. "What are you doing?" I shouted. "You're going to make us crash." It was bad enough worrying about this van following us, but now I also had to deal with my passenger panicking and causing an accident. "We can't go to the police," she insisted. Then it suddenly dawned on me that she somehow thought we were guilty, that somehow, just because we were driving around, she thought we had done something to provoke this. Reluctantly, I steered away from the police station. We approached a bridge and stopped at a red light on the one-way street. The van was right behind the car next to us. That car turned right, letting the van pass. I looked over and was shocked to see that the guy had gotten out of his van and was standing next to my car's passenger door, without pants. This guy hadn't just pulled his pants down to his ankles. In fact, he wasn't wearing any at all. I hit the gas and drove through the red light over the bridge. For some reason, my friend didn't see him through her window. When I told her, she kept saying, "That can't be." I drove up and down a few more streets and then over the bridge and out into the countryside. He followed us for what felt like an eternity until we finally managed to lose him by driving very fast into the middle of nowhere. We returned home and tried to forget about it. For some reason, I never told my parents, and I'm not sure why. A few weeks later, I saw on the news that the police were looking for a man in a small red van. They showed his photo, and he looked like the guy I had seen who had followed us. I thought the description of the van was slightly different from the one we had seen, but maybe not. I've always wondered if it was him, and I believe it was. I was 16 years old when this event happened. My close friend Sabine and I were on our way back from visiting my distant family in the state of Thuringia, Germany. At that time, I lived in Freiburg. It was 11 p.m., and we were the only ones on the road. I had never taken this route before but wanted to avoid the highways this time, so we decided to try it. Sabine and I were so engrossed in our conversation that we didn't notice we were approaching an abandoned village. When I finally noticed our surroundings, I had a terrible feeling in my stomach. My friend noticed it and asked if everything was okay. "Yes, I'm fine, although this village is quite creepy," I responded. I wasn't lying. There were old houses with boarded-up windows, closed shops, and even abandoned cars and trucks. Honestly, it looked like a scene from a horror movie. My friend and I stayed silent. You could feel the drastic change in the air. Felt eerie. A few minutes passed in silence, and my car began to shudder. I realized we were running out of fuel. I had forgotten to stop in a town a few kilometers back. I stopped in front of an abandoned house. "A great place to break down," Sabine joked nervously. I agreed with her sarcastic comment. I took out my phone to call the breakdown service my parents had saved in it, only to notice we had no reception. Sabine and I got out of the car, and that's when things started to get really strange and frightening. I was completely focused on getting a signal when I suddenly noticed Sabine staring ahead, looking frightened. She whispered my name and grabbed my shirt, then pointed forward. "There's a man about 3 meters from us," she whispered. I followed her gaze, and she was right. A man, almost 2 meters tall, stood in front of my car's headlights. How can someone be here? This place is an abandoned village, I thought. He didn't breathe or speak. My heart sank. Finally, Sabine spoke. "Do you need something?" she called out to him. At that moment, he tilted his head and smiled broadly, which frightened us even more. At that moment, I was so scared I couldn't even move. He just looked at us and smiled. "My father is a police officer, idiot," Sabine yelled. That was a big mistake on her part because his expression turned to anger, and he moved very quickly towards us. Our adrenaline levels spiked, and we ran to the car and locked the doors. We looked up, but he was gone. We stood confused until we heard a noise under the car. I was breathing so loudly that I was distracted by the noise. He was under my car. Sabine screamed, tears streaming down her cheeks, and I tried to stay calm, just praying that my phone had reception. Finally, I got 2 bars. I called the police and told them what had happened. They said they would be there in 20 minutes. 20 minutes seemed like an eternity under these circumstances, but we were in the middle of nowhere, so that was what we had. When the call ended, the noise stopped. I was still on high alert, utterly frightened. I hugged Sabine, and we both cried. Her face went expressionless as she looked behind me to the rear window. My heart told me not to look, but I couldn't resist. This man, and for other people, 2 more men and 2 women, were standing behind our car. My heart sank again. They smiled at us in a very creepy way. At that moment, I heard the sirens of the police and sighed with relief. Sabine and I looked forward and saw a police car approaching. I had never been so relieved to see a police officer. As he approached our car, the people disappeared. I was so upset that I couldn't even explain to the officer what had happened. Sabine did it for me. They offered to bring us gasoline, but I begged them instead to take us to a hotel in a densely populated area and call my parents to pick us up. To this day, the police have never found these people, and we have never found out where they might have come from. I suspect they lived in one of the abandoned buildings. I hope that one day they seal off this village, and I never take that road again. This happened just a few days ago when I was on a road trip with my cousin Lucas. I was 13 years old, and Lucas was 21. I have a good relationship with my cousin, so my parents allowed me to travel with him from time to time. It was a 10-hour drive, and we had been on the road for hours. It was 9 p.m. and I was quite tired. Everything seemed funny to me, so I just started laughing when I saw a red truck outside my window. The man in the truck was quite burly, to put it mildly, and had a long, wild beard. He radiated a creepy aura, but I waved at him anyway. He made some kind of lewd gesture in my direction. I found it more funny than scary, so I started laughing even louder and told Lucas the story while imitating the gesture. He looked disgusted and repulsed, but there was nothing we could do about it. Several hours later, about an hour and a half into the journey, Lucas stopped at a rest stop. I went to the toilet, and when I came out, the man was there. He seemed to be at least 1.80 meters tall. I saw through the glass door to the building and saw Lucas angrily looking through the door. I was confused and went back to the car. What he told me really scared me so much that I started to cry, although I had been awake for 20 hours. The man was watching me and then followed me to the building. According to Lucas, he spoke basically normally. He tried to calm me down but quickly said that he needed to go to the toilet and went inside. A few seconds later, when I was in the car, the guy was at my window. He looked at me again with a wide, creepy smile. He started saying that I should come with him and that he would treat me well. He offered me candy and tried to persuade me to get into his truck. I was busy crying, so just at that moment, Lucas came out and yelled at the guy and threatened him. The man stepped back and returned to his truck, smiling at me. We drove away from there. We wanted nothing to do with this guy. It was about midnight when we arrived at the motel to sleep the rest of the night. Everything was fine until 8 a.m. the next morning. We were having breakfast in a restaurant, and this exact guy sat opposite us. He smiled at me, and I looked to Lucas, who was about to burst with anger. The guy walked past our table on the way to the toilet and brushed my shoulder. Then he did the same on the way back. It was definitely no accident. Both Lucas and I knew that. Lucas is a relaxed guy and lets almost everything slide. But since he's known me since I was born, he is very protective of me. This does not apply to my other siblings. He and I are close. He was already angry, but at this point he stood up and went to the guy's table. He began yelling at him to stop following us and to behave. He made no threats, but he cursed a lot. I felt pretty nervous and just wanted to leave. The guy got up and hit Lucas, then screamed that I had seduced him. Remember, I was 13 years old at this time. Their fight continued, and the police came and separated them. They listened to the story and concluded that since he had been attacked, we could press charges. Lucas decided not to do so, and we continued with the day. The rest of the trip was quite uneventful. The guy was not seen for the rest of the trip, but Lucas followed me like a bodyguard wherever we went. Although he protected me, I was still scared. I am 14 years old and quite small. I am only 1.60 meters tall and weigh 55 kilograms. I look younger than I really am. This happened a month ago when we moved. After we had loaded the moving truck, I fell asleep in it. 1 or 2 hours later, we were in a village near my new home. My grandma parked in the Burger King parking lot, and I was still asleep. So, my 19-year-old cousin, let's call him Maximilian, came to the passenger door and woke me up to help carry the food. I agreed, and we went to Burger King. She made her order, and then I touched his arm and told him I was going to the toilet. When I was done, I came out of the bathroom and noticed an older man, about 50 or 60 years old, looking at Maximilian and then at me. I didn't pay attention to him because I was still very sleepy. I went to Maximilian while he was trying to get a soda from one of the machines. Finally, after a while, he managed to get the soda, and we left Burger King. As I sat in the moving truck drinking my chocolate milkshake, I saw the man approaching the truck and said, "I know who you are," and stopped on the driver's side where my grandma was. She seemed quite confused and replied, "Who am I?" He said in the same voice, "The woman of God," and then started rambling about taking care of us girls. In the meantime, I was scared. Ideas of creepy things I had read on Reddit went through my mind. Suddenly, he pointed at me with a completely serious expression and said, "You are a plague." At this point, I was really confused and scared, so I began to laugh uncomfortably and muttered something. He continued to ramble until I heard Maximilian calling my name, saying I had left my fries in the bag, but I already had my fries. I went to him to ask what he meant, but he changed the subject to the man. About 5 minutes later, we agreed that he radiated creepy vibes. However, my grandma called my name to say that we would be leaving. The old man's car was blocking our way, so he got in and moved to let us through. He made the "I'm watching you" gesture with his fingers and moved his lips to say, "I'm watching you." That was the moment I grabbed my phone and called Maximilian. I told him to make sure he wasn't following us. Luckily, he didn't. It gives me chills to think that he was watching us the whole time while we were ordering our food and drinks. To understand the extent of this story, you first need to know who I am. So here's some context. I was born in 1954, so I spent my formative years under the influence of the 60s and early 70s in a very small village in northern Germany. When I was young, there was only one traffic light at the intersection of the main street. There were about 40 shops in the center of the village: a pharmacy, a grocery store, a hardware store, a stationery store, a general store, a gas station, and a barber shop. We had churches of various denominations, and most people regularly attended one of them. There was also a library, a post office, and a police station. The station was organized in such a way that one could easily walk past the desk officer. 9 out of 10 times you could go in and see if someone was in the cell, and if someone was there, we brought them news, fetched cigarettes, or whatever. We never bothered to ask why they were there. I was a curious child, a free spirit, and completely innocent. A little later came the Kennedy assassination, the civil rights movement, the protests against the Vietnam War, and the hippie revolution, which I joined, becoming one of the first hippies. In those years, it was common to hitchhike, so I did that often. Over a little more than 3 years, I made many trips across Germany, to my mother's horror. Sometimes I went with a friend, sometimes alone, always without money, without clothes, and without worries. Many people tried to warn me about the dangers, but as a very young and naive girl, I felt invincible and ignored all their well-meaning advice. This was not my first trip, nor was it the last, but it was the most memorable, and you will understand how narrowly I escaped a great danger. It was June 1969. I was 14 years old and spent the night at my friend Dina's house, who lived in a neighboring village. I persuaded her to come with me to Berlin. It turned out that she had a brother there, whom she had not seen for a while. So we made our way through the countryside to the highway and stuck our thumbs out. It never took long for us to get a ride. As you can imagine, we got many rides. A bus took us on the way to a concert in Hamburg. We didn't want to make this big detour, so we let it be. I don't remember which band it was anymore. I remember another ride where we got into a car with 4 people and went to a party in a residential area of Berlin. We were the only people from our village at that party, and let me tell you, we had a lot of fun. I never felt unwelcome or in danger. In fact, the kind lady who lived in that apartment gave me a shirt, which I thought was very nice. Now, as an adult, I realized that she was trying to cover me up. May God bless her. The next ride went quite well until we picked up another hitchhiker. It was a lonely boy who wouldn't stop annoying the driver about how much trouble he would get into if he was caught transporting these 2 underage girls across state borders. I got very excited and told him to shut up. We should have gotten off there, but we stayed. He wasn't dangerous, just annoying. The driver stopped to refuel at a gas station in Bavaria, and Dina and I went to the toilet to freshen up. When we came back, the police were waiting for us outside, and then we ended up at the station. I'm sure our parents were contacted immediately, although I don't remember. We were an attraction at the small station. The policemen came to talk to us and play cards. They brought us cigarettes, candies, and donuts. I don't think we were there long before Dina's mother came to pick us up, and after she had spoken to her daughter, she decided to bring us the rest of the way to Berlin, which was a little more than 1,900 kilometers away. Unbelievable. I remember that we sang the whole way to Hamburg on the radio. I particularly remember the song San Francisco by Mama and Papa. Later, we checked into a hotel in Hamburg. It was very boring there. Not what I had imagined. I tried to persuade Dina that we should leave, but now as an adult, I see how terrible and selfish that would have been and how disastrous it would have been for her mother. Luckily, she refused to do so, so I stayed. Eventually, we arrived in Berlin, right in the historical center near the university where all the hippie action took place. But we had Mama following us. It was overwhelming for me. I was pretty cool for our little village, but this was out of my reach. As I said, I was very naive and not fully aware of things like drug addiction, but I saw it firsthand in a nearby park. All the people who were drugged scared me a lot. I also saw other things that I cannot talk about, which shocked me. I wanted to go home, and I never wanted to go back to Berlin again. To this day, I don't remember how many weeks I was away on that particular adventure, but shortly afterward, I was back home watching TV with my mother. It was July, and in the news, they were talking about the Manson family and the notorious murders. That's when I realized how close I had been to being picked up by them and maybe becoming part of the family. What would have happened if I had gone out alone that evening and not stayed with Dina and her mother? Alone hitchhiking through the desert, 9 hours from a remote farm. What if that guy hadn't reported us to the police? Then we both would have been there, and most likely one or both of us would have been picked up by one of them. Later, I learned that the Manson family was actually recruiting people in Berlin where we were. I thank God every day that I was not involved. I was very ready to be chosen at that time, especially if they had caught me before we arrived. I remember the nights so vividly, although more than 12 years have passed. I was a teenager and spent time with some friends at my friend's house. We were just playing video games and joking around like teenagers do, but as the night progressed, it was time for everyone to go home. It was my turn to drive. I had taken my mother's nice minibus for the occasion, and my favorite part was that I could look pretty cool while driving. I wore cool sunglasses even though it was dark. I was glad to help, and it gave me the opportunity to spend a bit more time with my friends. The first 3 were dropped off without incident, but then it was time to visit Elton's house. I knew that Elton lived in a remote area, but I had no idea how far it was because I had never been there before. We drove along a long, winding gravel road surrounded by forest on both sides. It was so dark that I could barely see the road ahead. I drove slowly because I could only see as far as my headlights reached, even with high beams. After a long time, we arrived at Elton's house. It was a small, simple house hidden in the woods. He thanked me and jumped out of the minibus. Then I turned around and began the long journey back. I was nervous about the return trip, mainly because it was so dark and remote. I made sure not to miss any turns on the way there. I repeated the turns in my head several times and was pretty sure I would remember. I was about halfway back to the main road when something caught my attention. There was a man on the road just standing there. At first, I thought he was a hitchhiker, which was already strange because there was little traffic at that late hour. But as I got closer, he disappeared into the woods. I remember feeling really scared and confused. I was not sure what to think, but I knew it was not normal. I knew there were other houses in the area, but they were few and far between, so it made no sense to see someone walking, especially not at night. Finally, I got home and tried to forget the strange man in the woods. I told myself it must have just been someone from the area taking a nighttime walk, as unlikely as that sounded. However, it was only the next day that I learned of something terrible that had happened. I spent time again with my friends and told them what I had seen in the woods that night. But then someone mentioned that one of Elton's neighbors had disappeared that night. I listened in fear as they continued talking. I was sure it had to do with what I had seen. I could not believe what I was hearing. Was it possible that the strange man I had seen on the road was actually involved in the disappearance? The thought made me shudder. We called the police immediately. I told them I had been in the area and seen a strange man on the road in the middle of the night. The officers asked me to come to the station. I went and gave them a more detailed description of what I had seen that night and what had happened before. I tried to get more information about the case because I was curious, but I was told it was confidential. Well, that's probably fair. In the following days, I could not stop thinking about what had happened. I replayed the events in my head and wondered if there was anything I could have done differently. But in the end, there was really nothing I could have done. What should I have done? Stop and chase the man through the woods in the dark. The police searched the woods for days, especially the place where I had seen the man, but nothing was found, and Elton's neighbor never returned. After a few years, I had almost forgotten the whole situation. The case must have cooled down because I had not heard anything about it for a long time. That changed one day when I saw the news. The body of Elton's neighbor was finally found, but not at the place where I had seen the man. He was in a different part of the woods, more than 50 meters away. I still cannot stop thinking about that night and wondering if it was really him I saw on the road. I wonder if he moved the body to another location because he knew I had seen him. There is no way to be sure, but but I believe that something terrible happened on those roads that night, something very bad. It happened on a warm September evening in Hesse in 2013, while I was driving on a deserted road. I noticed the full moon shining through the dense fog over the city. I had just finished a long shift at the hospital and was looking forward to a quiet evening at home, but fate had other plans for me. As I rounded the curve, I saw two cars parked on the side of the road, illuminated by the glow of a street lamp. As I got closer, I saw a man being threatened by another man with a gun. I slowed down as I drove by. The victim was trembling and pleading with the assailant, but he was unyielding in his demand for money and valuables. They didn't seem to notice me. Perhaps all the commotion was enough distraction to remain unnoticed. My hands began to tremble on the steering wheel as I realized I was witnessing a robbery in progress. I knew I had to act quickly, so I drove my car back to a dark section of the road and searched my bag for my phone. I dropped it on the floor of my car while still staring at the robbery. I bent down to pick up my phone without taking my eyes off the scene. Finally, I found it and dialed the emergency number. Then, I watched in horror as the assailant turned towards me. Until now, I thought I had been well hidden in the dark. But I was wrong. I quickly pressed the gas and drove away, praying he wouldn't follow me. I drove for several minutes with trembling hands on the steering wheel, remembering what I had just witnessed. Eventually, I stopped on the roadside, and my phone rang. It was the police. I wasn't sure how long I had been on the phone, but I imagined all they had heard from me was heavy breathing and perhaps some swearing. When I picked up the receiver, the officer told me someone was on their way and would arrive soon. Relieved, I hung up, knowing I had done the right thing by asking for help. But as I sat in the car waiting for the police, I noticed a car stopping behind me. At first, I thought it was the assailant because the car resembled one of those involved. Then I realized it was just another driver, probably curious about what was going on. With each passing minute, I began to feel more uneasy. The driver of the other car got out and paced behind his vehicle as if waiting for something. I started to think I was wrong and that it might actually be the assailant. My instincts told me something was not right, so I locked the doors and watched him carefully. Just as I was about to call the police again, I saw lights flashing in the distance. Finally, the police arrived, and I felt relief as I saw two police cars stop behind me. The other guy was still there. I thought if he were the assailant, he would probably have left by now, so I felt a bit more relaxed. But if he wasn't the assailant, who was he then? One of the officers came to my car, and we talked for a few minutes about what was going on. He told me to stay in my car and walked away. Both officers approached the other driver, who had stopped pacing and now stood still next to his car. I watched through the rearview mirror as both officers suddenly approached him. The driver ran off and disappeared into the woods in the dark. The police chased him, but he was too fast and skilled. The police searched the area for hours, combed the woods, and checked the nearby houses, but he had disappeared, leaving even more questions unanswered. The next day, I received a call from the police telling me they had identified the driver, and he had a long criminal history. I am a taxi driver and have been doing this job for over 10 years. This happened almost 4 years ago, and I have seen all sorts of things, from drunk and loud people to quiet and reserved individuals, but nothing prepared me for the night I picked up a passenger who would change my life forever. It was a cold night, one of those nights when you'd rather stay home and snuggle under the covers. But duty called, and I had work to do. I drove my taxi through the city looking for my next passenger when I saw him standing on the corner. He was a tall man in a dark suit and had his hands in his pockets. He pulled one hand out and waved for me to stop the car. He opened the rear door and got in, locking it behind him. I could see he was a bit nervous, looking around in the car as if searching for something. I greeted him and he responded with a nod. "Where to?" I asked. He gave me the address. It was on the other side of the city. I shifted the car into gear and we drove off. I tried to start a conversation to break the ice. He was polite but distant, answering my questions with few words. As we drove, he suddenly changed his mind and asked me to drive to a different address. I followed his instructions and drove through a dark and deserted street. Then he asked me to stop in front of an old building. It looked abandoned, so I wasn't sure what he might be planning. I hesitated for a moment, but he assured me it was safe. As we parked the car, he got out and told me to wait for him. I watched as he approached a man on the street. They exchanged a few words. The other man looked intimidating, with a shaved head and many tattoos, a stark contrast to my passenger, who looked like a businessman. I was about to leave, but just in time, my passenger returned to the car. The intimidating man followed him, and both sat in the back seat. Then my passenger told me to drive, and I did. I felt uncomfortable in this situation but could not refuse. As we drove, the passenger and the intimidating man spoke quietly to each other. I could only catch a few words, but I began to suspect that I was involved in a crime. My heart started pounding. I knew I had to do something to protect myself. The smartest decision would probably have been to just go along with whatever they were planning and then call the police later, but I knew we were only a few blocks from a police station. It was a quick decision, but I decided to go for it. I turned off and stepped on the gas as we approached the station. Suddenly, the passenger pulled out a gun and aimed it at me. "Don't even think about it," he said. "Keep driving." At that point, it was already too late. We were right in front of the police station. I stopped the car and both men got out and fled. I was shocked and could hear my pounding heart. After I caught my breath, I entered the station and told the police what had just happened. I still didn't know what those guys were planning, but one of them had threatened me with a gun. I described the men as best I could, but then I learned that they had been captured on the station's surveillance camera. We were so close. The next day, the police called me and asked me to come to the station to be interviewed. They had caught both men and wanted me to identify them. I went to the station, and they showed me a lineup of suspects. I recognized the passenger immediately. I pointed him out to the police. They arrested him and charged him with attempted robbery and assault. The intimidating man was also arrested, and they found a gun on him that linked him to other crimes. I was relieved to know they were no longer on the streets and could not cause any further harm. Over time, the memory of that night faded, and I returned to my routine. I had a few other frightening experiences over the years, and maybe I will share them someday, but this one is definitely the worst. The most terrifying event occurred when I was 10 or 11 years old, and my family took a trip to Germany to visit my grandparents. They lived in a small village right on the Baltic Sea coast, where the climate was warm and the beaches were beautiful. I always looked forward to these trips because I lived in the north, where the weather wasn't nice all year round. We always traveled in March when my brother and I had a week off from school. We always started early in the morning, long before sunrise. My father would drive, but my mother would take over from time to time so that my father could rest. The drive was long, and we always made it in one go with my father driving all night. We took short breaks to stretch our legs and grab something to eat. One of our stops was at a local restaurant where we thought we could get a quick and easy meal. While we were in line, a man began yelling at my father, accusing him of cutting in line. My father tried to explain that he hadn't, but the man wouldn't listen. My mother tried to calm the situation, but the man was too angry. I remember being scared and wanting to hide, but my father remained calm and didn't react to the man's aggression. After we finished eating, we went back to the car and hit the road again. Soon, we realized that the man from the restaurant was following us. We ignored him for a while, hoping he would turn off in another direction, but he continued to follow us. I watched him from the rear window and felt really scared. My mother asked my father what we should do. He told her to ignore him and that he would eventually get bored. Suddenly, he rammed into our car from behind. The impact caused our car to spin. My brother started crying. My parents quickly realized we needed to call the police. My mother dialed 911 and calmly explained what was happening. Her voice was soothing, although I knew she was holding herself together for the sake of my brother and me. Within just a few minutes, we heard sirens and saw a police car approaching from behind. We pulled over to the side of the road, and the other car drove on. The police car chased the other car while we waited inside. Another police car came from behind, and the officer approached our car. He told us that they had arrested the man. I work as a truck driver. It was an afternoon in April, and my eyes scanned the road ahead of me. In my job, I've seen my fair share of strange things on the road, but something felt different that day. The sun was high in the sky, and the air was thick with humidity. It had been a day or two since I'd really talked to anyone, and my loneliness was becoming hard to bear. That's when I saw her. A young woman with long curly hair trying desperately to hitchhike. She wore blue jeans and a red hoodie and carried a small backpack with a single strap over her right shoulder. I slowed down and pulled over to the roadside. Then I rolled down the window. "Need a lift?" I asked. She nodded and climbed into the cab of my truck. Her eyes nervously looked back. She seemed nervous. At that moment, I thought she might be new to hitchhiking. I'm not an intimidating person at all, but I was a stranger, so that would be understandable. She seemed agitated and constantly looked out the window as if expecting someone to jump out at any moment. As we drove, I noticed a car behind us. It was a police car, but the lights were off, so I thought it was okay. Just as I heard a siren and saw the flashing lights, they pulled me over. I stopped immediately. At that moment, I thought I might get in trouble for picking up a hitchhiker, which is technically illegal where I live. My truck came to a stop, and I waited for the officer to approach. To my surprise, the officer demanded that the woman get out. As she got out, I saw her hands trembling and her face flushed. Confused, I watched as the officer handcuffed her and took her to the patrol car. Only when I heard it on the radio that there had been a robbery at a nearby rest stop did I realize what had happened. She had robbed a store and used my truck as a getaway vehicle. The officer put the woman in the back of the patrol car and then came to talk to me. He told me I should not pick up hitchhikers, but only gave me a warning without a fine. I was a bit shaken by the experience, but it wasn't too bad. The truly frightening event happened when I heard the story on the news. It turned out that the woman had shot a man during the robbery. She had the gun in her backpack when she was in my truck. Until then, it had been a good story for parties, but after that, it really scared me. That evening, the wind whispered dark secrets as I drove home after a long day at work. The streets were empty, and the darkness enveloped my car like an icy blanket. My hands were sweaty on the steering wheel, but I tried to stay calm, focused on safely getting home. Suddenly, I noticed bright lights behind me, an ominous presence in my rearview mirror. At first, I thought it was just another nocturnal driver, but it soon became clear that this vehicle was tracking every move I made, like a predator stalking its prey. The fear overcame me as the car got closer. Its high beams flooded my mirror, temporarily blinding me. I tried to stay calm, but my heart pounded against my chest like a drum signaling imminent danger. I sped up to shake off the pursuer in the shadows of the night, but he seemed to anticipate every turn and every alley. My breath caught and cold sweat covered my back. I felt trapped in an endless nightmare. I tried to call the police, but my hands trembled so much that I could barely dial the emergency number. The operator's voice sounded distant and distorted, as if he were speaking from another world. Time stretched out, every endless second, while the pursuer remained relentless. My thoughts clouded over with panic and despair as I tried to maintain control of my fate. Eventually, I ended up in a dead end, trapped like prey encircled by its predator. The pursuer's car stopped behind mine, its lights casting the night with a cold, cruel light. I knew there was no escape. With a lump in my throat, I shakily got out of my car my legs barely able to carry me. The sound of slow, deliberate footsteps echoed in the air, approaching and then appearing in the darkness. The pursuer stepped forward, his face hidden under a dark hood, his eyes shining with an unfathomable malice filled with a sinister desire that chilled my blood. Terror overcame me as I realized that the pursuer was no stranger but someone I knew too well, an old acquaintance whose obsession had turned into a living nightmare. The last scream of horror was stuck in my throat as the pursuer lunged at me, his dark figure enveloped by the endless night. In that moment, I knew my struggle had only just begun, that the nightmare would never end as long as he followed me in the shadows. Trick or treat echoed through the old house on Mason Street. It was Halloween in America. Under normal circumstances, the Masons might have celebrated more, perhaps with more elaborate decorations featuring artistically carved pumpkins, spooky ghost garlands, and a few cardboard figures. But this Halloween, nothing happened. John didn't know exactly what he had done wrong. Perhaps he had pressured his wife Alice too much about wanting children. Yes, that was probably it. Alice had always loved children. She enjoyed looking after her grandcousin's kids, but she wasn't sure if she was ready for a baby of her own yet. In any case, Alice had been ignoring John for quite a while now. Sometimes she treated him as if he weren't there. John often became angry. Once, he had thrown a picture of him and her onto the floor so hard that the frame shattered into 1,000 little pieces. He remembered how she, completely frightened of him, had picked up the large shards with tears in her eyes. In that moment, his anger dissipated, leaving only bitter guilt and deepest compassion within him. He wanted to hug her, to comfort her, but she turned away from him and left the room. Since then, it hadn't gotten any better. She became increasingly colder toward him, no matter how often he apologized for his temper. But he loved her. He didn't want to leave her, and he only hoped that she still felt the same way about him. While all these thoughts ran through his head, he stared at the plastic bowl filled with sweets. It was probably bought from some cheap store, yet in this situation it had something fascinating about it. He snapped out of his trance only when Alice walked past him and turned toward the bowl. Her blonde hair smelled of coconut and was hidden under a slightly cheesy yet somehow charming witch's hat. He remained standing, but his attention was now on his girlfriend, whom he loved so much and yet despised at the moment for her coldness. "I'm sorry," he whispered, but there was no reaction. She brushed past him again, went to the door, and greeted the children. He followed her, watching as she distributed chocolate bars, candies, and other sweets to the little monsters. She had always been a patient person. Why could she be so kind to the children and not to him? The children moved on, continuing their tour through the neighborhood. Alice watched them for a short while longer, and John placed his hand on her shoulders. When she noticed this, she quickly turned around and stared at him, but neither of them said a word. John gazed for another moment into her sea-blue eyes before gently kissing her on her lips, which were painted with black lipstick. For a moment, it seemed as if warmth had caught up with them again, as if there had never been any argument. Then the doorbell rang again. "Trick or treat," came the muffled sound. She continued to stare at him for a moment. "You take care of the kids," said John again. She opened the door and was greeted by a little Frankenstein, 2 ghosts, and 3 witches. The 2 parents stood just a few meters away, talking about everyday parenting things, as John suspected. The next hour went quite well compared to the last few days. Alice and John watched a movie together. Nothing spectacular, just a typical Halloween film. But when the doorbell rang for the 5th time that evening, John noticed how empty the plastic bowl had become. He thought for a moment, stared at the end credits of the film, and finally decided to get up and fetch some more sweets. "I'm going shopping again," he called after wrapping a scarf around his neck. The days were autumnal. It was getting cooler in the evenings. It was now 7 p.m. There would surely be a few more children coming by. He was certain of that. As he left the house, he was first greeted by a cold wind. He wondered how parents could let their children run around outside in this weather. But probably the children's craving for sweets was simply too great to be held back. The supermarket was only a few streets away, so John decided to walk. Just as he was about to turn around to take Laker Street, he noticed something. It was actually nothing significant, just a disturbing idea. A shadow he thought he saw out of the corner of his eye. But when he looked again, the creature was gone, as if it had never been there. Irritated and believing it was pure imagination, he set off and walked down the streets. There was something eerie and uncanny about walking in the cold on the streets. He didn't encounter many children, only 2 smaller groups with maybe 3 little monsters, but otherwise the streets were deserted. When he finally arrived at the old supermarket where he had been shopping for so many years, he had to pause. The supermarket was a family business, not very large but always with enough selection to provide for himself and his loved ones. They seemed to have made a bit more effort with the decoration this time, perhaps to compensate for the austerity of his own house. He chuckled. He stepped to the door and rattled it, but nothing happened. John looked at the clock, realizing that it was now 10 p.m., astonished at how quickly time had passed. Checking whether the clock was really set correctly, his gaze fell on the state's clock tower, which also now showed a few minutes past 10. Slowly, John became nervous, but at that moment he saw it again, the figure that seemed to consist of shadows. He saw out of the corner of his eye how it emerged from behind the supermarket and approached him. At that moment, his nervousness turned to panic. He ran away as fast as he could, running down the streets. He even screamed, but no one seemed to hear him. He stopped in front of the house, looked at the clock again. It was now 11 p.m. What the hell? He said. At that moment, I placed my hand on his shoulder. I was the dark, terrifying shadow figure. John startled, turned around, and immediately stumbled back. He fell into the wet grass. I looked at him calmly. He was more than frightened. Perhaps I should have intervened earlier than now. What do you want from me? John whimpered. He felt sorry for me. Calm down. I tried to tell him with my deep voice. Everything will be all right, John. Even greater astonishment spread across his face. Where do you know my name from? I not only know your name, I know everything about you, probably more than you do yourself. What do you mean by that? What do you want from me? And above all, who are you? I lowered my gaze as I stretched my skull, hidden under a shadow-like hood, back toward his face. He looked piercingly into my empty eye sockets. I mean that you are dead. You died 5 years ago today in a car accident. You left your wife alone in this big house, and you've been in the afterlife. But every year on Halloween, the day that, ironically, is also your death anniversary, your restless soul returns here to Earth and wanders around this town. You don't know that you're dead. The transition from the afterlife to the human world has the annoying side effect of erasing memories. I have the function of looking after you. Sooner or later, you will learn the truth, and I think it's better if I'm there immediately to, well, let's say, bring someone back. His face turned greenish as he stood up and approached me. He probably wanted to vomit right away, but he stayed strong. Someone to bring me back, you mean then you are the death? Yes. I bear that name in this world. He looked at me for a few moments. Then a bright glow formed on his face. His memories returned. Good to see you, old buddy, he replied with a smile. I hope I didn't cause you too much trouble. I shrugged. Don't worry about it. Are you ready to go? A bell rang. For us dead, time sometimes passes faster than for the living. The dimensions sometimes shift in a strange way that leads to these phenomena. With a final look at his old house, he nodded to me. Let's go, he said and held out his hand to me. I took it. Light immediately enveloped us, swallowed us, and with the last bell strike at exactly midnight, the ghost and I disappeared from the small town. You are now wondering why I'm telling you this. Well, as you know, Halloween is coming up again, and on Halloween many ghosts roam around. not just those who died on that day. Of course, there are also other people like me who protect them. All I want to tell you is, behave yourselves. Who knows, maybe the ghost of your deceased relative is watching you as you, God knows, do something. But don't worry. They will still love you no matter what you do. They are still humans, even if they are dead, and loving is simply in human nature. What else is left for me to say except Happy Halloween? As far as I know, most people in Africa don't know Halloween. I once explained to an ex-girlfriend that it's a season when people celebrate ghosts, and she almost slapped me because she thought I was mocking her. In retrospect, I didn't explain the spooky holiday correctly. In any case, most of my friends, family members, relatives, and acquaintances know nothing about Halloween. I come from a country in southern Africa, and I must honestly say that Halloween isn't a big deal here. I won't reveal my name or that of my country because some of the things in this story are illegal, and I have no desire to end up in jail again. I know Halloween only through the many European and American horror films that I occasionally watch. Additionally, I'm an avid visitor of websites like Reddit and various creepypasta forums. Despite my great interest in horror, I was never really a big fan of Halloween itself. But that changed last year when I moved back in with my parents due to certain circumstances. Let me first explain how it came about that this 35-year-old man moved back in with his parents. I was never permanently employed. I had several businesses in the city with which I made my living. I was what most people would call a fraudster, swindler, or con artist. Before you judge me, you should know that this wasn't my dream job when I was a child. The economy of my country isn't particularly good, and decent jobs are hard to come by. Anyway, one day a deal went wrong, and it cost me my house, my furniture, and my cars. As a result, I was forced to move back into my parents' house. I'm not married, and I have no children, as far as I know at least. So my parents didn't complain too much because they didn't have extra mouths to feed. One evening in early October last year, I was browsing the internet for some stories when I noticed that most of them revolved around Halloween. It dawned on me that we were close to Halloween. A light bulb went on in my head, and dollar signs appeared before my eyes. I had an idea. This idea would bring me a lot of money. I knew it. I needed to create a haunted house. I had the perfect house in mind. The house next door had been empty for several years. When I was growing up, different families moved into the house, but they never stayed longer than a year. I hadn't thought much about it and figured it was due to the rent or the bills. My parents live in a lush suburban area, and most people can't afford the costs of staying in this area. I knew that the real estate company that owned the house had security personnel guarding it. I knew one of the guards. His name was George. He was dark-skinned, spindly, had a bald head, and a thick mustache. Whenever I had the opportunity, I chatted with him for a few hours. He poured his heart out to me. He told me about his wife, his family, his job, his boss, and many other things that honestly didn't interest me. I wasn't sure if he considered me a friend, but I wanted to use this situation to assess this kind of relationship. I approached George with the proposal to use the house during his shift for a few hours as a haunted attraction. He initially hesitated, but as someone who had complained to me about his meager salary, he agreed after I convinced him that this could be an opportunity for him to earn some extra money. He vehemently warned me that he would have my head if he lost his job because of it. Since his job was usually as boring as watching paint dry, he also offered to help me run the haunted house, which was very convenient for me. I just needed one more person to help me, and John was that man. John was a stocky man who always wore the same short haircut since I met him in high school. I know I said he was stocky, but if you say that to his face, he might knock you down with a single punch. He prefers to be called big-boned. John is a big baby. He also lived with his parents but had a well-paid job as a baker in a local supermarket. He definitely earned enough money to support himself, but I suspect he still wanted his mother to wash his laundry and his father to check for monsters under his bed, which is why he still lived in his parents' house. Anyway, John was also in when it came to the haunted house, and he even made posters to advertise the house. He hung them all over the neighborhood. He also brought discarded cookies and muffins from the bakery, which he suggested we give to our customers after they had walked through the haunted house. I liked the idea because it picked up the Halloween concept of trick or treat very well, although we wanted to give our customers both tricks and treats. Moreover, it meant that we would charge the customers more money, so I gave the idea a double thumbs up. Next, I needed props to decorate the house. Since I was completely broke, I had to work with what was available to me. My mother had some bed sheets that I borrowed without her knowledge. My younger sister Ruth hoarded many dolls as a child, but as she reached puberty, she neglected all her toys. My father kept all these dolls in the garage. I also borrowed some of these dolls without telling anyone. Once I finally had my props and my team, I was confident that this haunted house project would be a success. When we first went to the house to set it up, I was shocked at the condition of the house. I had never entered our neighbor's house before, and every time I spoke with George, he stood outside the gate. The yard was overgrown with hip-high brown grass. The windows were covered in dust. The 7-foot-high perimeter wall was overgrown with green vines, and the wrought iron entrance gate was so rusty that you could get tetanus just by looking at it. The house was a typical suburban house, painted white and with a sloping blue roof. It had 3 bedrooms, 1 toilet, a kitchen, a living room, and a dining room. The little furniture it had was run down and either covered in dust or cobwebs. The place was already spooky and required only minimal effort on my part. George told us that the house had an electrical problem and there was no power. His boss had sworn to fix the problem, but they had still done nothing about it. We didn't mind because the lack of power was quite useful for our purposes. Our target audience was children, preferably under 13 years old, and since they weren't that hard to scare, we didn't go overboard with the decoration. The process of the haunted house was simple. As soon as our customers arrived, the entrance gate would appear to open by itself, but in reality, it was pulled open by George with a wire. He would hide deep in the thicket of the brown grass in the yard. The customers would be greeted by a small wooden table with a glass jar labeled admission fee, where they would pay their entrance fee. If they paid, George would play a recording of laughing witches from his phone and a Bluetooth speaker. If they didn't pay, George would play a recording of barking dogs. John and I would be in the house. If we heard the laughter of the witches from George's phone, then we would go to our positions. If we heard the barking of dogs, it meant that the arriving customers had not yet paid, so we would lock the front doors. We didn't plan to entertain broke kids. This was a business, albeit an illegal one. After paying, the customers would follow the concrete paving stones leading to the front door. The paving stones were smeared with ketchup, which I had also borrowed from home without telling anyone. My mother became suspicious about why the ketchup was used up so quickly, and since my father loved the stuff, she blamed him. I, on the other hand, kept my mouth shut. The walkway was lined with tall brown grass in which we stuck doll heads on sticks. The customers walked down the sidewalk and entered through the front door into a spacious living room where dead lizards dangled from strings from the ceiling. George had gotten us the dead lizards. I have no idea why he had them or where he got them from, and frankly, I didn't want to know. The loud crying of a baby then caught the customers' attention, and they followed the crying to a closet in one of the rooms. Before they reached the closet, a doll with a butcher knife came out to chase the customers out of the room. John would then be in the closet, playing a recording of a crying baby from a phone. He was also the one pulling the strings so that the dolls could walk and make threatening gestures with their arms. This doll was even creepy to look at. I have no idea why my sister kept this thing as a child. With its shiny porcelain skin, the mischievous smile on its scarred face, and its long, tousled orange hair, it looked like an understudy for Chucky. The customers then entered the main bedroom where I would be. We called this room the White Room. The furniture in the room consisted only of a small rickety table, a wooden rocking chair, and a large built-in bookshelf. All these furnishings would be covered with white bed sheets. I too was wrapped in a white bed sheet and stood next to the bookshelf, waiting for the customers. The bed sheet I often used was long enough to cover my entire body, including my feet. I was always worried that I would trip over myself one day and not only fall but also embarrass myself in front of the customers. Fortunately, that never happened. When the customers entered my room, I was supposed to run toward them and chase them out of the house. As soon as they reached the gate, they would find that the glass with the entrance fee was gone, and instead, there was a plate with a muffin or a cookie on it. Not a bad haunted house for people on a budget of $0. In the first week, business boomed. John really marketed our haunted house well. His posters were very enticing. I had warned him to advertise only in our neighborhood. We didn't want the owners of the house to find out and have us arrested. Then he even spread the rumor that the old inhabitants of the house were Satanists who sacrificed children for wealth and fame. The news spread like wildfire and brought us quite a few customers. Since our suburban area was extremely boring, people jumped at anything that could entertain them. At first, mainly young children were our biggest customers, but over time, teenagers and adults also became interested in our haunted house. George's shift usually started in the late afternoon, and John had time off at noon. So we opened the haunted house at 4 p.m. and closed it around 7 p.m. For 2 amazing weeks, we earned our money, which we divided by 3. I had the best time of my life, and I thought about milking this cow until it was dry. I wanted to run this business until the end of the year, but one fateful night forced us to give up this dream job, which we didn't even know we wanted to do, prematurely. It was 2 days before Halloween, and it was almost closing time. It was already dark, and we had agreed to do one more performance before we closed. I heard the giggling of girls in the hallway and a man's voice saying, "Oh, that's spooky." The sarcasm in his deep voice was all too clear. The group of customers continued to cackle as they made their way to my room. I heard one of them complain that this was pure waste of money. They reached my room and stopped at the door. The bed sheet that enveloped me was made of pure silk, so I could see through it. The shimmer of the moonlight that fell through the bare windows was enough for me to confirm what I had already suspected. It was a group of teenagers. Teenagers were problematic for many reasons. Most of the time, they didn't want to pay, they were hardly scared of our setup, and some of them thought it was best to tag the walls, steal something, or destroy the house before they left. This group consisted of 2 girls and a guy. One of the girls had dark skin, short hair, and hazelnut brown eyes. The other had 2 long black braids tied into a ponytail, light skin, and dark brown eyes. They both wore white jean shorts and a pink and red tank top, respectively. The guy accompanying them was a well-built boy with thick black afro hair. He wore thin blue jeans and a gray t-shirt. "What's going on here?" the guy asked as the trio entered the room. The girls giggled as they pressed close to each other. "This is really innovative, buddy. We can see under the bed sheets," said the guy. I was sad because I was so easy to recognize. But then I noticed that the teenager was speaking again without looking at me. He was looking in the opposite direction from where I was standing, and indeed all 3 were looking in that direction. I followed their gaze, and my heart stopped. A few meters to my right, someone was sitting on the rocking chair in the room. The figure had a white bed sheet that covered its humanoid body. I thought hard about who it could be. I considered the possibility that George or John had come to play a prank on me. The figure slowly rose from the rocking chair, and the sound of cracking bones echoed under the bed sheets. The humanoid figure was of an unusual height. It was about 7 feet tall and as slender as a reed. Shoes peeked out from under the bed sheets, angled sideways like Charlie Chaplin used to do, and just like with Charlie Chaplin, his shoe size was ridiculously long. The shiny black leather shoes of the figure looked like the shoes of a cartoon clown. Suddenly, the figure marched toward the teenagers. With each step it took, its Bugs Bunny-sized shoes slammed onto the parquet floor with full force. The teenage girls clung to each other and shuffled behind the boy. "Bro, we get it. Okay? You're a ghost, you've scared the girls, but now you have to stop," said the teenage boy like a bouncer approaching someone causing trouble in a club. The stride of the figure had something malicious about it. Its huge steps rapidly reduced the distance between it and the teenagers. "Okay, that's close enough. Okay? Don't come any closer, or I'll have to hit you." But the figure was already over them. The teenager punched the bed sheet, and it fluttered to the ground so that no one could be seen underneath anymore. The leather shoes had also suddenly disappeared. My knees wobbled, and a wave of discomfort surged through my skinny body as I stared at the bed sheet lying on the floor. The faces of the teenagers were all pale with fear. The vanity of the girls had disappeared, and the boys' bravado had evaporated. They screamed so loudly that they didn't notice that I was screaming along with them. I began to run toward the door, and the teenagers probably thought I was another apparition chasing them. They fled the room in a flash, running down the hallway and disappearing through the front door before I left the white room. I was foolish enough to turn around, and my heart pounded in my throat when I saw it. The bony humanoid figure straightened up under the bed sheet. It stood again at an abnormal height, and its inhumanly long shoes reappeared. I tore off my bed sheet and ran like the wind. I ran down the hallway and stormed through the front door. I screamed for help from John or George, and I think I even called for my mother. George stopped me before I ran out of the gate and asked me what was wrong. I was too petrified to answer, so I just pointed to the house. John came out of the house and asked the same question as George. After I had taken a few deep breaths and tried to explain, a sound from the house interrupted us. It was the sound of a crying baby. "Did you leave your phone in the house?" I asked John. His answer shook me deeply. "No, I have it with me." The sound of the crying baby got louder. Soon it seemed as if there was a crying baby in every room of the house. "What's going on?" George asked anxiously, but no one answered him because we all had noticed that a figure covered with white bed sheets was standing next to the front door. Its elongated shoes now floated in the air as the figure hovered a few inches above the ground. The sounds of the crying children reached an ear-splitting volume. Some of the screams seemed to come from the doll heads on sticks in the yard. My stomach turned as I saw worms crawling out of the mouths and ears of the doll heads. The figure at the door stretched out its arms like Jesus on the cross, and one by one, the lights in every room of the house came on. My mouth dropped open as I saw the dead lizards hanging in every room of the house. I can't remember ever having hung up all these lizards. I heard George mutter. Finally, the figure lowered its arms, and all the lights went out simultaneously. The front door slammed shut in front of the figure, and the crying stopped. That night, George stayed at our house. I have forgotten the explanation I gave my parents, but I think it was more credible than the truth. Until now, I had never spoken to anyone except George and John about that night. I tried to convince both of them that it was some kind of prank, but even I couldn't believe that. George then quit his job as a night watchman for that house. Soon after, I moved out of my parents' house. I couldn't stand the sound of a crying baby that I kept hearing in the middle of the night from next door. My guess is that by celebrating Halloween, we might have invited or awakened something supernatural into the house. I know that sounds crazy, but my buddy Jeff, who is a paranormal investigator, recently contacted me and said that after his nationwide investigations, more people in the country are celebrating Halloween this year, and that this year, according to statistics, there have been the most ghost sightings in the history of this country. People say that if you walk past 7 black gates on Halloween night, you will see the 7 gates of hell. I thought it was just a myth until I tried it. I walked past 7 black gates in my neighborhood, and when I fell asleep, I dreamed of a raging fire. It stopped, and a large corpulent man appeared. His eyes were quite piercing, revealing his age, and his legs and hands were thin and looked like they could barely carry his weight. He spoke in a scratchy, dying tone. "Do not fear, child," he said as he opened the gate. My whole body went numb, and I was unable to resist as it moved by itself. The first gate. I saw fire and bodies mutilated, desecrated, and burned in horrific ways. They cried so loudly that I couldn't even hear the crackling of the fire. One came up to me with one eye and gunshot wounds all over his body. He said, "We are the desecrated dead who have not received a proper burial. We must stay here until the last judgment." I walked past him and to the second gate. It was located in a building. The second gate, I was in a dungeon. There were people chained up, screaming in pain. One was slowly cut in half, his body healing and then being cut again. A person was in an iron maiden, where the door was opened and closed, yet it never caused visible damage. A man with an executioner's mask said to me, "We are the torturers tormented by ourselves." I walked past him to the exit towards the third gate. The third gate, this time I found myself in a forest. It was quiet except for a few screams. A man hung from a noose. Another man plunged from a cliff, reappeared, and fell again. I began to run away from a terribly burned woman who was chasing me. I already knew what this was about. These were the people who had committed suicide. I ran through the fourth gate, which I found in a palace. In the fourth gate, I was in a palace surrounded by emperors, politicians, and really wealthy people. An emperor was being nibbled at by lions. As the lion tore off or slashed a limb, it grew back, and the injury healed. A politician was beaten by something that looked like a shadow in prisoner's clothing. A man in a suit came up to me and said, "We are the corrupt people. We used our power to help ourselves, not others." I went to the next gate, the fifth. The fifth gate was in another room. A man lay bound on a bed and was whipped by floating spiked leather whips. A woman was burned with a lighter, but her screams and cries were muffled by a cloth used as a gag. A rather large man came up to me and said, "We are the rapists and sex offenders who pay for our crimes on earth." I ran to the sixth gate. At the sixth gate, I was in yet another room. A man and a woman were stabbed. Their wounds healed almost instantly, like everyone else's. Another person was buried alive, and someone else was beaten and stabbed with a floating metal rod. I knew who these people were, murderers who were being treated the way they killed their victims. The exit led to the seventh gate, the last one. This nightmare is almost over. It's almost done, I told myself. At the seventh gate, I was outside. There was a man who wore a shroud over his head that was covered with explosives. He blew up, regenerated, and blew up again. Another was beaten, stabbed with sharp metal objects, and burned with torches, lighters, and matches. They were being held by people who looked like shadows. One of them came up to me and said, "We are the mass murderers, the terrorists, the suicide bombers. I am the shadow of one of their victims who overpowered them and takes revenge for killing me on Earth." I ran to the exit. When I woke up in the morning, I was terribly scared. The images of what I saw ran through my mind. In fact, that's all I could think about all year long. It was Halloween again, and I didn't dare go outside at night. I just went to bed. It took a while for me to fall asleep, and when I did, I stood before the first gate of hell. There stood a teenager like me staring at me. He was shocked to see me. My body went numb, and I couldn't control it anymore. I said to him in a scratchy, dying tone. I chuckled and opened the gate for him. After he entered with an expression on his face that looked like he was fighting and resisting something, I looked at myself in the reflection of a chalice filled with something that looked like blood. The reflection of the gatekeeper I had seen myself a year ago on Halloween grinned back at me. Always check your children's Halloween snacks. I mean, every time. I don't say this to spread fear. To be honest, I realized that most candies handed out on this holiday were probably bought at Walmart the day before and stuffed into a plastic pumpkin-shaped bowl. You're probably aware that most reasonable people won't poison candy or put glass in it or whatever urban legend warning you've heard. The only guy who ever did that did it to his own son. So don't treat your neighbors like criminals. They're just trying to give kids some innocent candy. This warning concerns a phenomenon that obviously has no origin. I mean that no one really knows where it comes from. I mean you can't buy such candies in any store, and if you search online, you'll fortunately get no results. Nevertheless, these candies keep appearing. One of these malicious candies is a cinnamon jawbreaker, also known as a door breaker. These are the candies you carry around for what feels like 30 days, your tongue completely torn up after the candy has more lint than actual sweetness, and in the end, you can expect a tasteless piece of gum. If your child receives such a candy, please check it. It could also be a red-colored gum or a red lollipop without a stick. I think you know where I'm going with this. The point is that it looks pretty generic, which makes it difficult to distinguish the real product from the dangerous one. The candies are sometimes distributed under the brand H.H. Sweets Company, a company that no longer exists, at least not as such, and has been registered with an authority since 1999. If you search the internet, you might find some H.H. Sweets companies, but I assure you that this is not the real business but merely a coincidence of the name. If the label bears the name H.H., it says underneath a slogan like, "Hot as hell but sweet as heaven." Not all candies carry this branding, but it's definitely helpful to recognize it. That's why I advise you. If you or your children hold an unmarked red candy, it's best to throw it away immediately. The phenomenon has only been documented since about 2008, but there's a possibility that it has existed much longer. Up to the time of this recording, 9 people have swallowed the candies, 4 of whom were children under 18 years old. Each case occurred on October 31st, with most cases happening in 2016, with a total of 3 victims. The only clues to the appearance and branding of the candies are the eyewitness accounts and the subsequent investigation of nearby opened candy wrappers. The victims' bodies are untouched except for the heads. However, with the heads, it gets strange. Each of the heads is completely burned, almost like a used matchstick. This would make identifying the victims difficult, apart from the fact that fingerprint analysis fits the nature of these deaths since the hands of the deceased were completely intact. None of the victims were related in any way, the only exception being a father and his 9-year-old daughter, Andy and Mary Kay Winfield from Lexington, Virginia. All others were not related to each other. Apart from the aforementioned candies, an eyewitness report from Brevard, North Carolina, documents the whole story behind the mysterious death of a 12-year-old boy, Shane Davis, who died on Halloween 2009. I was leaving the pharmacy around 8:30 p.m. when he, and by that I mean Davis, was running down the block in a zombie costume. At first, I didn't notice him because it was dark and the costume was also very dark. But then there was this orange flash of light, like someone lighting a candle. I turned around, and this heat wave hit me in the face, and the smell. Oh God, it smelled like cooked meat. His whole head was on fire. There were people screaming, but we couldn't do anything. He screamed for just a moment, and then he hit the asphalt. I'll just never be able to forget it. There were rumors that it was a curse from a witch or something. I'm not superstitious, but when you see something like that, you start to question things. Similar reports were documented for many of the other victims. Shortly after consuming the candies, the victim's head burst into flames, and shortly thereafter, the victims succumbed to their injuries and died. Since then, many rumors and theories about the deaths and the candies have emerged. Many refer to witches and spells, but some have found a large following beyond regional folklore. One of the most popular rumors suggests that the deaths are due to the execution of Henry Hibson Cassidy, H.H. Cassidy, in 1782, a candle maker from Ononcock, Virginia, the site of the first documented death in 2007. Cassidy, a local candle maker, was brought to trial for the disappearance of 2 young girls from the neighborhood. Although he had no motive for the abduction of the 2 young girls, at least none that was obvious, he was charged as a sufficient suspect because he had access to sweets to lure the children. After a local investigation where the body of one girl was found with candies in her pocket, Cassidy was charged with the murders and sentenced to death. The children of the town, who once loved the sweets of the confectioner, began to call Cassidy the Witch of Ononcock, making him one of the first male witches of legend. In a swift trial, Cassidy was found guilty and sentenced to death by molten metal, a procedure considered barbaric unless it involved an accused witch. Cassidy, who swore his innocence until his death, had a ball of molten metal shoved down his throat. It was a quick death, but certainly not painless. The townspeople believed that justice had been served that day, and the body was buried in a shallow grave. Since Andy and Mary Kay Winfield also came from Virginia, many speculated that the ghost of Cassidy returned to punish those responsible for his death and to torment the descendants of his accusers with his characteristic candies. The name H.H. Cassidy would also explain the name on the packaging, H.H. Sweets. Another popular theory is commonly referred to as the jack-o'-lantern story. It is based on an Irish myth and says that a man named Stingy Jack tricked the devil on several occasions, leading to his banishment from hell and heaven. Since he was a true swindler at heart, the man, forced to wander the earth, lit coal in a turnip and has since used it to illuminate his eternal path. This story, which clearly explains the Halloween tradition of carving faces into pumpkins, was also used to explain the candies. The Stingy Jack, as he's called, seeks souls to join him in his eternal punishment. The candy, which burns the heads of its consumers, turns them into makeshift jack-o'-lanterns. This would explain the fiery demise of the victims and also the connection to the Halloween festival. There is a third theory. Instead of delving into mythology, some conclude that H.H. Sweets is exactly what it claims to be, a confectionery company. The motive for these crimes is largely still a mystery, but this theory excludes claims of ghosts and devils, and instead suggests that a few sick individuals had the willpower to conjure up candies with the intent to kill. Ultimately, however, no theory could be confirmed by conventional means. A candy that is, for lack of a better term, supernatural can only be explained by the supernatural itself, which makes it extremely difficult to verify the information about it. If you, dear listener, want to avoid the horrible consequences of the candy, then you should always check your children's Halloween sweets. Even better, avoid playing trick or treat altogether, or if you're too concerned, perhaps it's best to skip Halloween entirely. There comes a point in your life when the things that have happened to you just become stories. I don't mean that they're less important or that they didn't happen, but they just become something that happened at some point in your life and are less relevant, even if you survived them. 5 years ago, when we were 15, my best friend Andy and I decided to go trick-or-treating one more time. I know we were probably too old, and the adults in the neighborhood would roll their eyes when we showed up, but we thought they would hand out candies anyway because kids our age were more likely to vandalize their house if they didn't get free chocolate, and adults probably didn't want to take that risk. What the adults didn't know is that Andy and I weren't troublemakers at all, and we would never have vandalized strangers' houses. Nevertheless, we came up with the idea free sweets are still free sweets. Since we were both at that age when laziness becomes an art form, Andy and I just went out only to find that we got crappy stuff like caramel candies or what you find in Grandma's bean pot. If you know what to look for and have even basic social media skills, you can plan your route in advance. Even 4 years ago, kids were posting pictures all over Twitter and tagging where the really good candies were to be found. Today, it would probably be Instagram. We searched for #Fullsize. It sounded like a good idea at the time, but also led to more and more pictures of people who weren't wearing clothes below the waist. It wasn't a foolproof method to find the candies, but it worked at least a little better than the conventional method. We found a neighborhood not too far from Andy's house where there were 4 different stops with big chocolate bars. Each of us had 3 different masks, the cheap thin plastic masks that are attached to the head with an even cheaper and thinner rubber band. They cost only $1 each at the local supermarket, and we got more than that amount back in chocolate from just those few houses. Sure, after the 3rd time we swapped masks and rang the parents' doorbell again, they might have noticed something, but so what? By then, we would have been long gone to the mountains of sweets we could collect with it. That was the plan. But when we actually went out, only about an hour had passed before most houses turned off their lights and blew out the candles in their pumpkins. We went out a bit later than the other kids because we were older. That also meant, of course, that we couldn't be outside at the same time as the little kids. Andy scrolled through Twitter, trying to find out if there were any other houses nearby that we could visit, but he wasn't having much luck. I was scrolling through some pretty epic hauls when he nudged me with his elbow and held out his phone so I could see the screen. "Hey, there's another one," he said, his voice muffled behind his white skeleton mask. I looked at the screen and saw a picture of 3 full-size Snickers bars in a picture tagged with Fullsize. Andy scrolled his thumb over the screen and showed the address. It was about 2 miles away, which in our area meant it was in the middle of nowhere near the edge of the woods. Bro, that's way out there, man. We won't get there before they go to bed. But Andy shook his head. No, look, he said, scrolling with his thumb to all the people who had responded to that picture. No one wanted to go there, and everyone said it was too far away or too creepy or whatever. If they went to the trouble of getting full-size chocolate bars and hardly anyone showed up, then they'll surely wait for people to ring the bell. I bet there are some lonely people out there who just want to be remembered that they're still alive, said my buddy Andy. I really didn't want to go out that far, so I hesitated. It was getting cold outside, and I watched thick clouds of breath emerge from behind Andy's mask. 2 miles? I finally asked. He smiled at me with some of the harshest insults I'd ever heard. None of it convinced me until he pointed out that if we went there, they'd probably give us a bunch of candies without us even having to swap masks. Eventually, I agreed. At least it would make a good story. We could make it even better, maybe even live tweet it and see if people could spread it so we'd possibly go viral. We talked about that the whole way there. We'd make it look like we were in the middle of a horror movie. Us approaching the house, #creepy. There's some weird music playing inside, #WTF, the kind of things that would grab people's attention. Only we forgot most of that by the time we got there. The house was even further back in the woods than I thought. The beginning of the driveway seemed to be about half a mile from the road to the house, and there was a slight curve so that you couldn't really see the house or any light that burned in one of the windows. We didn't stop at the road or do anything else dramatic. We had already walked so far, and I think as much as we were excited about the Twitter thing, we were also tired and just wanted to get the candies and go home to watch horror movies. As long as the driveway was, it still felt like a quick walk. I didn't take my eyes off the door once I could see it. There was only a single light burning on the side of the house, and I think it was a garage light that shone from a side window so you couldn't really see anything. There was a carved pumpkin with a flickering flame on the steps, but it was really poorly done, as if a small child or an old person with tremors had tried to make it. And there was a lock on the door. I mean, not a lock, but one of those little things with 5 buttons that you see on the doors of houses that are for sale. You see, old people have that there in case they lock themselves out or something, said Andy in a tone that didn't sound particularly confident, but it sounded good enough for me as I reached out to ring the doorbell. The ringing had barely stopped when the door swung open. We both stood there without exchanging a single word and stared at something we could only assume was a man standing in the doorway. He was about medium height, a bit overweight, but he wore this strange mask. He had squinting eyes, really thick cheeks, and a clenched mouth as if he were trying to hold his breath. Behind the man was a single red light bulb that backlit him. He just stood there, wheezing with each breath behind the mask, while slowly turning his head back and forth to look at each of us. I'm not sure which of us spoke first, but eventually, each of us remembered to say that one sentence. Trick or treat. The man stood there for at least another minute, looking back and forth between Andy's skull mask and my fox mask, before he turned around and went deeper into the house. Andy and I looked at each other. Even though I couldn't see his eyes, I can imagine they had the same confused look as mine. As we turned, I could see the man picking up a box of chocolate bars. As he slowly turned back toward the door, he bumped his arms against a railing and groaned as the box flew out of his hands and the chocolate bars fell to the floor. A few even slid up to a meter near the door. The man groaned and cursed as he bent down to pick them up. Andy and I didn't move from the spot until the man turned around. He was on his hands and knees picking up the chocolate bars, and Andy nudged me and pointed to the candy that had just landed in the doorway. I think I shook my head, but I don't really remember. A moment of panic overcame me. I just wanted to get out of there, so I reached into the doorway to grab the sweets. The man still had his back turned to me, and I knew I could have just grabbed a bar, and we could have run off. But it all happened within seconds. As my hand touched the smooth, cool wrapper of the chocolate bar, I felt a vice-like grip clamping down on my wrist so tightly I thought it would break. The man had turned instantly and grabbed me. He had been much closer than I realized. The light and my mask had made it so I couldn't see him very well. With a swift motion, he yanked me by the arm, and I flew against the door. As he pulled me past him, my body fell like a lump to the floor. He then lunged at Andy. Something flashed in his hands. Andy had turned to run away but then suddenly fell to the ground. The man stood over him, still breathing insanely loud, his breath a cloud in front of his face. I was just trying to get up when he turned around, and I saw what he was holding. A taser. That's the last thing I remember before I woke up outside the house. My body ached, and my head was killing me. My face hurt, too. I realized I no longer had my mask on, and I desperately looked around for Andy, but I was all alone. The front door to the house was closed. The pumpkin had disappeared from the front steps. The lights were off. I rummaged for my phone, but that was gone, too. I was about to start running when panic erupted inside me, and I realized that Andy might still be in the house. Yeah, he could have run off, but what if he didn't? As quietly as I could, I went around the house and tried to look into the darkened windows, but I couldn't see anything. I was clearly too scared to knock on the door. I mean, this whole thing wasn't a joke anymore. The guy had used a taser on Andy. As I had almost completed a full circle, I thought I saw something in the darkness. I pressed my eyes against the window and almost fainted as the fat round mask slammed against the window and hit the glass with its forehead. I let out a shrill scream, and it just stood there, staring at me. Then he looked down to the side next to him, and I saw something white being lifted up and becoming visible. It was a skull mask, Andy's skull mask, and there was something splattered on it, something red. I ran until my legs gave out and collapsed against the first house I found that still had lights on. I gasped and cried and begged them to call the police. When the police arrived at the house, there was nothing there, no man, no cell phone. All they found was the shattered door frame where the back door had been kicked in. In the darkness, I hadn't noticed it. Had I noticed it, then maybe I could have done something instead of running away like a coward. I later learned that the lock on the door was there because the house had been foreclosed a week earlier. The Twitter account that Andy and I had found was also a week old. Had we bothered to check, we would have seen that the account followed over 1,000 people and had just 15 followers. All tweets were retweets from other legitimate accounts, except for the picture with the chocolate bars. It was registered to the name of a kid who went to a nearby middle school, but that was just a lie to distract people and lure someone in, and it had worked. Why did he only take Andy? I had lost my friend. He was probably no longer alive, and all for a giant chocolate bar. It's hard to believe that a year has passed since the incident. I lay on my bed, trying to suppress the memory of that horrible night, but no matter how hard I try, I can't forget the events of that night. Halloween again, I said quietly to myself. I got up from my bed and went to the kitchen. Due to the special circumstances, I didn't go to school today. I ate my breakfast and didn't talk to my family. My family just stared at me the whole time. Today is such a beautiful day. Perfect weather, said my mother. I just looked at her and left the kitchen. I went back to my room, sat at my desk, and stared at the clock. There was only silence. I miss my friends, and not a day goes by that I don't think about them. The police never found a trace of them that night, and obviously they didn't believe a single word I said. Typical cops, I thought in my head, and I was slightly annoyed. The note I received that night I kept in a box in my closet. Should I? I asked myself. I went to my closet, pulled out the box, and placed it on my desk. Well, it's time, I said to myself. I opened the box and found that the sticky note was no longer there. No, that can't be, I panicked. I searched my room from top to bottom to find the note, but without success. With nothing else left to do, I stormed out of my room and back into the kitchen. Where is the note? What note do you mean, honey? Replied my mother. The note that was in that damn box. I yelled in anger and despair. We don't know what you're talking about, okay? We don't know anything about your stupid note, said my sister. You liar, I screamed back. Bro, chill. Calm down, David, said my older brother. Damn it, I need that note. I stormed out of the living room and went into the garage. I grabbed my bike and rode out onto the street. I don't know what I was trying to accomplish, but I had to get away from that place. I pedaled along the streets and through traffic until I reached the cemetery. I parked my bike on the grass and walked along the numerous rows of graves. I reached my friends' graves, then stood there silently, reminiscing about the good times with my fallen friends. A tear rolled down my cheek. It's scary how life can take away the things and people you loved in a matter of seconds. My friends aren't dead. They're trapped by that monster. I have lived in fear for a whole year. I have done everything I could to keep him away. Rituals, sacrifices, spells, just everything. I just hope that it's all over and I can move on with my life. I was about to leave when I noticed something on one of the tombstones. A note. I bent down and picked up the note. It read, I haven't forgotten you. I was startled and utterly confused. How the hell did this note get here? I dropped the note and began to sprint toward my bike. Before I reached it, a tall black figure appeared in front of me. Why the hurry? We're just getting started, he said. Then everything went black. I woke up tied to a chair in a large concrete chamber, with only one light burning from the ceiling and a metal door. The metal door opened, and the hooded man came in. I told you I wouldn't forget you, remarked the hooded man. I felt too weak to speak. All my energy had been sucked out of me. I just stared at him. Your protection, you don't have it anymore. I'm gonna have a lot of fun with you tonight. Let's get started right away. He brought in a cart with various torture instruments. He took out a sharp knife and rammed it into my chest cavity. I screamed at the top of my lungs as blood flowed from my body. Shut up. Shut the hell up, he said aggressively as he grabbed my tongue and cut it off with the knife. I felt the blood flowing from my mouth. I tried to get away until he tore open my upper body and violently stabbed into my organs. Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused me? A simple damn human able to evade my grasp. He raged as he began to tear apart my organs. He grabbed my intestines and began to strangle me with them. I gasped for air, and everything began to fade. He let go of me and went to the cart. He took a blunt metal saw from it and began to sever my limbs. I felt the saw cutting through my muscles. I screamed and struggled, hoping that someone or something would save me, but I guess my luck had run out. The hooded man grabbed my arm and tore it from my body. I closed my eyes. I woke up again in the chair. My body was back to normal. I heard a laugh from the dark corner. We're just getting started. The hooded man grinned. The metal door opened, and I saw my family enter the room. They had no expression on their faces. No, this can't be. You should have seen the expression in their eyes. He laughed as my family vanished. My worst fears became reality. Every nightmare, every fear, and every doubt. The last year, I lived in mortal fear for my family and my own life. I wondered when he would strike. In the end, it happened anyway. My fate was doomed from the beginning. He tortured me for hours, using every means and method. I could do nothing but sit there. After a few hours, he stopped and said, Now it's time for you to become my puppet, you plague. He stuck his whole hand into my chest. I felt my insides being ripped out of me, my soul torn to shreds. But no, I wouldn't give up. I began to resist with all my might. He won't take me. What? No, that can't be. This is impossible, he said, shocked as his soul was torn from his body. I now controlled him. I felt the power of thousands of souls flowing through my veins. I could now free all the souls of the innocent people who had fallen victim to the hooded man, or I could become stronger myself. It was Halloween night, and I had made my decision. It's time to collect souls. The pumpkins sang. The flickering lanterns bathed the streets of Tayadam in a dim light, but with the illumination of the bonfire within, the inhabitants could do without lamps. Princesses and fairies flitted about, baskets in hand. Shining superheroes chatted idly with creepy clowns holding balloons, and skeletons warmed their bones by the cozy warmth. All danced to the song of the night, and the smoke curled up to the full moon like greedy claws reaching for a pearl. Pirates and demons worked hand in hand to keep the fire blazing. Bats and black cats frolicked at the edge while jack-o'-lanterns smiled in barely containable excitement. Little werewolves galloped eagerly through the fields, squeaking and devouring sweets from their bursting bags. In the hollow of Tayadam, there was jubilation and hustle. The town celebrated in harmony. At the edge of the festival, a young witch felt a tug on her cloak. She peeked out from under the wide brim of her hat and directed her attention to a little ghost at her side. "Do you know where my mom is?" it asked in a small, fearful voice. Immediately, the witch felt pity for the poor thing. It was entirely dressed in white, draped down to the ground, and two tear-streaked eyes looked back at her. "I haven't seen her, little one," she said, her long black fingernails gripping her broomstick for balance as she bent down to meet the creature's gaze more evenly. "But I'd love to help you look for her. What's your name, little one? And where did you last see your mommy?" "At the Jensen's house." The ghost sniffled and shifted nervously. "And I'm Liam." The witch paused. She didn't know any of those names. "I'm sorry, dear. I don't know them," she said in a calm and friendly voice. "But come, let's look for her together." The ghost nodded, and the witch straightened up. She didn't offer her hand, as the little ghost didn't seem to have one. But then, suddenly, a long, thin, pale arm emerged from under the white veil and stretched out toward her. The witch screamed, and everything stopped. The music, now interrupted, came to a screeching halt. Heads turned in all directions, trying to find the source of the commotion. The bats squeaked and flapped their wings, and the fur of the cats bristled with excitement. The ghost began to cry, and the sheet slipped off its head, fluttering like a useless handkerchief to the ground. The crowd gasped. The werewolf children howled alarmingly. The jaws of the zombies dropped to the ground. The carved grins of the jack-o'-lanterns turned into small O's of surprise. All eyes were on the sobbing child and the witch who had recoiled in fright. After a few seconds of complete silence, the witch finally regained her composure. She let her broomstick fall to the ground, knelt beside the child, and took it in her arms. "Oh, I'm so sorry, my dear. We don't have many visitors like you," she murmured, stroking his hair as he whimpered and trembled. "It's all right. You just turned around, that's all." She pulled back from his small body and wrapped her black cloak around his blotchy red eyes. "Would you like to join our group until your mother picks you up, Liam?" The child stared hesitantly into the crowd. The inhabitants waited with bated breath. When he gave a small nod, the group cheered and released him. The werewolf children, eager to introduce themselves to a new friend, stormed forward to show him their games. The witch smiled as she saw his sad eyes brighten, and he forgot his sheet as he was drawn into the fun. The festival continued, and the bonfire came back to life. The pumpkins resumed their songs. 6 months have passed since the cool September winds swept through the brittle grass of Well Eglin like fingers through an old woolen blanket. But autumn is not over yet. The same cold breeze, sharp and bitter like a dagger at midnight, still cuts through the heaps of shriveled brown bodies that line the streets. And the deep blue hue of the sky has saturated to a shade none of us would have dared to comprehend. It was an eternal blue. Autumn began, as it often does, after a hot summer that ended in a thundering storm. Mama and I rocked on the veranda. We had spent the days picking fresh apples from our small but keen orchard when the scent of approaching rain began to be noticeable, and the song of the cicadas quickly fell silent like a spinning record without a needle. We watched and waited until the patter on the tin roof intensified, and then the pounding of the heavy drops drowned out the sky in a shadow, and the rest of the water came down. It was a heavy rain, heavier than any other in any summer. But from where we sat, Mama and I were dry as fish. The cattle weren't so lucky, though, and while the pigs could wallow in the fresh mud, all the other animals huddled in the night just as we did. Some of the chickens in their coop and the dog on the yard. Old Betsy had found her way under Mama's chair after I had spoiled her with the rest of my half-chewed honey ribs and remained in that position until we called it a day. So ended the last day of summer. When we woke up the next morning to a fresh September morning, neither Mama nor I expected the harsh transition to the autumn equinox that awaited us outside. The sky was now a bright, cheerful blue. Every raindrop lay 6 feet under the dew-covered, browning grass, and the trees shone in the same yellow as the sunlight, with a hint of red like gala apples. We strolled down the steps and into the yard, taking Betsy with us. There was no trace of moisture to be found in the air. The air was fresh, almost as crisp as the foliage under our boots, and as cool and brisk as we had hoped after the end of the dog days. The dog and the other animals behaved the same. Old Betsy romped around, the cows grazed the little green grass that was left, and the chickens were out of their coop. The mud had dried up, but that didn't stop the pigs from playing. On our land and throughout Well Eglin, the leaves of maples and ashes were scattered, which crunched underfoot as we strolled around. The children stepped into the empty housing blocks and rode them as passengers on their spokes to school. Despite the breeze that stung like a bumblebee, there was a certain warmth over our small town. As soon as I wrapped myself in the gifted jacket from Mama that had been hanging in the closet since Christmas, I could finally feel it too. So ended the first day of autumn. The sight that greeted us the next morning was downright confusing. I had mistakenly assumed I was drunk on rum when I first noticed the color coming through the blinds. A blue, almost violet hue that spread like a carpet through the room. I had jumped out of my slumber because I thought I had slept well past the morning dew. But the ever-ringing clock assured me it was only 4:45 a.m. A look out the window confirmed my suspicion. The sky was almost black, and the rising sun already seemed to be setting. The shrubs along the windowsill were also unsettling. They were almost copper-brown and covered with seeds. The whole landscape looked as if God had heavily loaded his brush with the idyllic colors of a red-brown dusk. Only the day had just begun. And as it had begun, so ended the second day of autumn. On the third day, as on all other days, the darkness of the night was broken by an unrelenting blue gaze that spread over our land and whose saturation increased day by day. It was as if someone had soaked a sponge in a bucket of paint, and day by day, the little bit of orange or yellow left by this sky rotted slowly into a dark blue. However, it's not just the sky that's decaying but also the trees, the grasses, and the remaining flora of summer. In their place, the tendrils of pumpkins grow rampant in the front yards and backyards, far beyond what God himself had intended. One of these pumpkins, a large pumpkin from the fields in Connecticut, had at this point covered the tire of my '68 Chevy as if it were the moon. Since then, it had consumed it. That afternoon, when the last warm breezes of summer met the howling winds of autumn's labor pains, there was a great storm that shook the house and the trees, causing many leaves to scatter onto the yard. The persistent gusts of cold air battered the windows and caused some of the pumpkins to roll down the hills like long bowling balls. The power surges they caused by torn power lines throughout Well Eglin rendered my CPAP breathing machine unusable, and I didn't dare sleep without it that night. So ended the third day of autumn. The next morning, I woke up with strained eyes. Even though the blinds were closed and the doors locked, the house was bathed in a bright blue, and the cold outside air was clearly noticeable. I checked the thermostat. It was almost 0 degrees Celsius. In a place like Well Eglin, it was only that cold around Christmas, never this early in the year. My wife had felt it too. She had woken up coughing with a cold, and I did my best to alleviate her symptoms with a boiling hot cup of coffee that I drizzled with honey from the comb. She thanked me and sat wrapped in a blanket by the foggy window until she called me over to draw my attention to the outstretched tendrils that had wandered down the lonely road to Well Eglin Square. The pumpkins were now the size of terracotta clay jugs, and the pumpkins were as wide as hay bales. The crooked, jagged guardian angels, the bare trees, bent over them, spreading their leaves far and wide, so far and wide that not even a blade of the browning grass saw the sun. And even the yellow that had just emerged raised its glaring head for seemingly only a few moments before it hid behind the horizon again and enveloped the land in pitch-black darkness. So ended the fourth short autumn day. The fifth day began like the fourth, with the pure brilliance of the cloudless autumn sky and the raspy coughing of the woman beside me. She had been gasping for air all night, and when we were both finally exhausted from the unrest, it seemed that the rest was only a mercy respite. When we both awoke from the brightness of the blinds, I had mistakenly assumed that her skin color was due to the strange color coming from outside. I was wrong. Her skin now had the hue of a duckling, as if she had jaundice. Her sunken eyes had the same deeper, rich color, almost orange. Her hair was falling out in clumps, and she had lost a tooth during the night. She clutched me with one hand, coughed into the other, and as it trembled, the speckled red along her yellowed fingers reached my eyes. Minutes later, I had called Dr. Sampson after bringing the poor mama a cold glass, which was almost frozen even though it had stood on the kitchen table the night before. Dr. Sampson answered abruptly, as if he had expected it, informing me of her symptoms before I had even said a word. It seemed my wife wasn't the only one in Well Eglin suffering from her illness. But just like with the others, there wasn't much to do except to let whatever it was take its course. For the rest of the day, she sat silently, apart from the whimpering of Betsy under her rocker, watching as the dirty deep blue, the air empty of any birds that had probably prematurely flown south, seeped into every corner of the sky above, and the orange-brown crept over the ground below. The only green to be seen were the few selected trees that, for whatever reason, never seemed to shed their leaves, the evergreens. This eternal green was, in a strange way, a comfort to both of us, even if the company of this color was only of short duration. It didn't take long before the creeping sunset, which occurred even earlier than the day before, turned all the colors of the earth and the deep blue sky above us into a molten shade of orange, like a print by Klee or Eve when the colors would run onto the ground. So ended the fifth day of autumn. On the morning of the sixth day, I heard a loud squealing from my slumber. I had immediately grabbed my wife's cold hand to make sure she was okay. It wasn't her. The screaming came instead from outside, from the windows through which saturated blue light seemed to seep into our farmhouse. I had taken my coat from the rack and stepped down the creaking veranda steps when my slipper slipped into a thick bundle of dried leaves. A pile of crackling orange and brown leaves whose colors were much deeper than my foot. I lifted my shoe from the depths, but as I surveyed the rest of the yard, it quickly became clear that there was no alternative footing. Our entire property was covered with fallen leaves, a layer at least 1 meter deep of rustling weeds. Then the squealing came again, this time louder and seemingly closer. I dashed in my pajamas and jacket through the brown hues until I reached the splintering fence behind which the chickens and their coop, the cattle and the pigs stood. None of these creatures moved anymore. Instead, the whimpering of the pig that had woken me came from a dense pile of leaves. I pushed them aside to see Clarabelle, our pot-bellied pig, emitting a gushing of blood and collapsing onto the dead grass beneath her. Mushrooms protruded from her skin, many fly agarics, and all around her, along the patch of earth, budding mushrooms could be seen peeking out between piles of leaves and the carcasses of the livestock that Grazier Carl had tended. Clarabelle had always been my wife's pig, and I had taken the bell she wore around her neck as I trudged back to our house. I held it reverently in my trembling hands, pondering how to break the news to my wife that all the livestock, including her cherished pig, were now dead. But inside, she sat at the table, steam rising from a boiling cup in her grasp. She turned to me with a faded, cracked smile, and I froze in my thoughts. My wife was orange, and the thin skin surrounding her watery, sunken eyes was a sickly brown. They were the same saturated hues as the leaves fluttering over the lawn. With another tired cough, she sank back into the seat and shook her head with a soft no. I took her cold hands into mine, still holding her bell. She took a deep breath, which became harder for her the further she fell, and looked up at me, crying as her lips audibly cracked. I began to weep as she collapsed inward, and so ended the 6th day of this autumn. I found no rest the entire night. I just sat in bed and watched as the darkness outside lightened into blue. At the same time, I noticed the hideous smell that invaded my nostrils, which perhaps awakened the rigidity that had gripped me. The air was already thin enough, but the expansion had seized me, and I gasped and broke into a coughing fit so severe that I almost vomited onto the floor. I reached for the CPR device next to the bed, pressed it to my lips as if it were a gas mask from the First World War, and panted and panted. For the first time in 4 days, I could breathe properly again. My wife, or rather the shell that my now dearly departed had left behind, was there in the chair in the kitchen. She had also liked tea, only the soft white fur of her coat now had the hue of time, while she whimpered to muted feet. The coffee cup still stood next to her on the table, frozen over because the temperature was getting colder and colder. I reached out to touch her. Her fingers bent at the slightest touch of my hand and crumbled onto the floor. I gagged into my mask and ran to the other side of the room, where the only comfort was the basket of apples that were supposed to have found their way into a mama's cake, but never did. They were all brown and teeming with worms. That afternoon, I had called Dr. Sampson again after I had covered all the doors and windows. Everywhere the blue light flickered through. It hurt now to stare at it for a long time, and the color alone dug into my jaw and made the drums in my ears ring. When the doctor finally answered, he sounded excited and frightened in the same breath. He begged me not to go outside, not to dare to smell it, and I asked him why, but he gave no coherent answer. He babbled about leaves and lungs, the mutual exchange of oxygen and carbon dioxide, and that the earth was emptying itself. I then asked him why, since we were still breathing the little air we had, but he didn't know. I, however, knew the answer: we were the evergreens. But unfortunately for old Betty, she wasn't one yet. Before the day was over, the cinnamon-colored fur had completely fallen off like needles from a larch, leaving only the wrinkled skin of a now exposed dog. So ended the first week of autumn. Soon, from this week, however exhausting it seemed, weeks would become months. Halloween came and went, the scariest of all holidays, and then weeks turned into months. 6 terrible months as far as we could tell. Those of us who dared to go outside perhaps had no other choice, eyes covered and bodies wrapped in the warmth we had, and threw as many of their bodies as possible into the warming bonfires, now crackling day and night along the hills, to free us from the smell that kept many of us awake. Those who remained on the curbs, where children no longer walked or rode bicycles, simply sank into the earth and let the corn stalks and pumpkins continue to grow. Their scent was so strong that a breath of wind tasted like mama's cake and made me weep and laugh at the same time every time. Every autumn meal, day in and day out, the same pumpkin evokes the same reaction. Outside our windows, everything is frozen as in autumn. We often think together about whether the strange season of the valley continues beyond its borders, especially where it is not autumn. However, the clocks have lost the sense of their ticking, and therefore we cannot say with certainty whether we have even reached the winter months as we suspected. All we know is that the days are getting shorter and shorter. Some seem to last less than an hour, which used to be several days. Father Brick raved from the pulpit and frothed with rage about the end of days we were in. He swears that the harvest of death will be plentiful and that perhaps the colors of hell in shades of fire and sulfur have fallen to earth. It seems that even Dr. Sampson believes in his tirades. We pray daily that the warmth of a radiant spring will emerge in the once so lively town of Welliglin and end this endless autumn. I only fear that if an impending spring revives the fauna and flora lying in the wake of autumn and the cold of winter, This eternal autumn may spare us from whatever else may come with it. Leave a rating and follow my YouTube channel. My office was darker than FDR's fireside chats and twice as smoky. That's how I like it. Keeps the clients on their toes and the spirits at bay. Name's Roxy Hart, and I'm what you might call a supernatural tomfoolery private dick. Some folks get their knickers in a twist over that last word, but in my line of work, you gotta call a spade and a detective a dick. I kicked back in my chair, feet up on the desk, pondering life's great mysteries, like why dames always fall for the wrong guy, or how spam manages to be both a wartime delicacy and the bane of future generations' inboxes. That's when she walked in. A real looker, the kind that'd make Betty Grable green with envy. "Are you the paranormal investigator?" she asked, her voice shakier than a GI on his first day in boot camp. I tipped my fedora back, giving her the once-over. "That's what it says on the door, doll face. What's your tale of woe?" She was a maid worked up at the Wackerman estate. Seems the big cheese, Cornelius Wackerman III, had kicked the bucket under some hinky circumstances. As she spilled the beans, I reached into my trench coat, pulling out the ectoplasmic resonance detector, a contraption that looked like it fell off the set of Metropolis and got jiggy with a transistor radio. "Whoa, Nelly," I said, as the ERD lit up like Times Square on New Year's Eve. "You've got more paranormal residual energy floating around you than a seance during a full moon." "I'll take the case, toots." The maid blinked, more confused than a coal miner at a debutante ball. I'm sorry. What did you just say?" I sighed. Nobody appreciates the classics anymore. "I said I'll investigate. Now scram, sister. I've got work to do." As she hightailed it outta here, I gathered my gear and weapon of choice, the spectral spook zapper, patent pending. I slid it into my left inside coat pocket, right next to the lucky rabbit's foot I'd lifted off a less-than-lucky leprechaun way back in '47. I adjusted my tie, straightened my hat, and headed out to face the music. The Wackerman estate loomed ahead like the devil's own summer cottage. As I approached, a chill ran down my spine colder than a G-man's stare. This joint was surely more haunted than my high school reputation after that unfortunate incident with the principal's toupee and a jar of molasses. The door creaked open before I could knock, revealing a butler so stiff he made Buster Keaton look like a Lindy Hopper. "Look it up. You must be the investigator," he said, eyeing my trench coat like it might bite him. "That's right, Jeeves. I'm here to solve your spectral shenanigans. Now, where's the grieving widow? I need to pick her brain like it's the last rationed can of beans." He led me to a parlor where a dame sat, draped in black like she was auditioning for a walking shadow puppet show. The widow Wackerman, I presumed. Next to her stood a gardener who fidgeted more than a pickpocket at a cop convention. "Ma'am," I said, tipping my hat, "I'm here to get to the bottom of your husband's untimely departure from this mortal coil." The widow's eyes narrowed. "I beg your pardon. Are you quite all right, miss?" "Hart, Roxy Hart. And I'm as right as rain on a duck's back. Sugar. Now let's get down to brass tacks. What's the skinny on O.L. Cornelius's last night on Earth?" Before she could answer, a vase floated by, casual as you please. As the vase left the room under its own power, the gardener yelped like he'd just seen Rita Hayworth in the flesh. I smirked, reaching into my coat. Well. Looks like this shindig's about to get interesting. Hold on to your Homburgs and pillbox hats, ladies and gents. Roxy Hart's on the case, and we're gonna paint the town red, or maybe ectoplasm green. From the parlor, I drifted down the hall into the dead guy's study, my gumshoes quieter than a Nazi spy at an Allied command post. The room, swankier than a Hollywood big shot's ego, held more books than the Library of Congress after a shopping spree. "All right, let's see what my little friends have to say about this joint," I said, muttering and whipping out the ethereal essence evaluator. It looked like a love child between a Geiger counter and a waffle iron, but it could sniff out evil spirits faster than a bloodhound on a catnip bender. The EE started clicking like a tap-dancing telegram operator. Well, I drawled. Looks like old Corny was into some hinky business. More nefarious vitality here than a ghost's laundromat. As I poked around, the widow Wackerman slunk in, looking like she'd just lost a staring contest with Medusa. Have you found anything, Miss Hart? I targeted her with a look that could strip paint. Listen, sugar, I'm gonna level with you. Your hubby was dabbling in some dark arts darker than a black market coffee bean. Care to spill the giggle water on that? She blinked like a burlesque dancer under a spotlight. I'm not sure I understand your vernacular. Miss Hart, are you implying Cornelius was involved in the occult? Bingo, doll face. Give the lady a cigar and a one-way ticket to the Copacabana. I paused, cocking an ear. Did you hear that? A low moan shimmied through the room and steadily grew louder than a foghorn with indigestion. Suddenly, a book flew off the shelf, missing my noggin by a hair's breadth. Duck and cover, sister, I yelled, shoving the widow behind an overstuffed armchair. I whipped out my spectral spook zapper. All right, you ectoplasmic mook, let's dance. The room erupted into more chaos than a Keystone Cops reel. Books flew, curtains flapped, and somewhere, a ghostly voice belted out a tune that'd make Stephen Foster look it up, roll in his grave. I blasted left and right, my zapper illuminating the place like the searchlights at Alcatraz during a prison break. Take that, you translucent troublemaker, I hollered, nailing a particularly nasty wraith. It vanished with a pop, a whimper, and a puff of green smoke, leaving behind a stink that reeked like burned toast and regret. As the dust settled, I turned to the widow, who was peeking out from behind the chair like a groundhog with stage fright. Your house has more spirits than a speakeasy on Saturday night, Mrs. W. You mind telling me what your husband was up to? She flapped her gums faster than a gossip columnist with a spicy scoop. Turns out, Cornelius had been trying to summon some big bad from the great beyond, looking to strike a deal for power and wealth. Classic mistake. You'd think these rich types would learn, but they always want more. I needed more hot poop, so I cornered the butler in the kitchen. He was stiffer than a starched collar in January, but I could see the sweat beading on his upper lip. All right, Jeeves, I said, leaning in close. Time to sing like a canary at the Met. What do you know about the boss's late-night activities? He gulped, his Adam's apple doing the jitterbug. I'm sure I don't know what you mean, Miss Hart. I smiled, all teeth and moxie. Come off it, buddy. I've seen more convincing acts in a high school production of Hamlet. Spill it, or I'll have my friend here do some redecorating. I patted my zapper meaningfully. The butler's resolve crumbled faster than a sandcastle in a tsunami. He babbled about secret meetings, strange chants, and a final ritual that went sideways. Corny had bitten off more than he could chew, and whatever he summoned had bitten back. Armed with this info, I headed to the basement. If this was a horror movie, the audience would be screaming at me not to go down those stairs. But hey, a dame's gotta do what a dame's gotta do. The basement was darker than a Mickey Finn's intentions and twice as disorienting. My ectoplasmic resonance detector was going haywire, its needle spinning like a drunken ballerina. Come out, wherever you are, I called, voice echoing in the gloom. Let's have a little chat, Manoa monster. That's when it appeared. A shape darker than a moonless night, with more tentacles than an octopus family reunion. It roared, a sound that'd make Sinatra lose his voice in envy. I stumbled back, fumbling for my zapper. Well, ain't you uglier than a bulldog chewing a wasp? Let's see how you like a taste of Roxy Hart's special sauce. I fired, the zapper's beam flooding the underground hideaway with more light than a night raid over Berlin. The creature howled, tentacles flailing. For a moment, I thought I had it on the ropes, but one of those slimy appendages knocked the zapper from my hand, sending it skittering across the floor. The monster loomed over me, its maw gaping like the entrance to the underworld's least welcoming honky-tonk. I gulped, backing up against the wall. "Well, sweet cheeks," I muttered to myself. "Looks like this might be your last curtain call." But as the saying goes, it ain't over till the fat lady sings. And honey, I was about to belt out an aria that'd knock this palooka's socks off, if it wore any. As the tentacled terror approached, I knew it was time to pull out my ace in the hole. Or should I say, my ace from the hereafter. "All right, you overgrown calamari," I growled. "You want to dance? Let's cut a rug." I closed my eyes, concentrating harder than a code breaker at Bletchley Park. Suddenly, the air around me shimmered and sparked like a Technicolor light show at Emerald City. The monster hesitated, its tentacles freezing mid-flail. If it had eyebrows, they'd have been raised higher than a cat's back at a dog show. "That's right, Buster," I said, smirking, my voice echoing with an otherworldly resonance. "You're not the only spook in this rowdy scene." My body glowed hotter than the Chicago steel mills working overtime for the war effort. The creature shrieked, sounding like 1,000 nails on a chalkboard orchestra. "What's the matter, ugly? Can't take the heat," I taunted, floating a few inches off the ground. "Let me introduce myself properly. The name's Roxy Hart, class of 1945, and I don't mean high school, sweetheart." With a gesture that would have made Houdini green with envy, I let fly with a wallop of phantasmal pizzazz that made the basement look like Coney Island brought Times Square to a hot date on a Saturday night. The monster didn't stand a chance. It dissolved faster than a sugar cube in hot coffee, leaving behind nothing but a stench of low tide and broken dreams. As my glow faded away and I floated onto solid ground again, I heard gasps behind me. Turning, I saw the widow, the butler, and the gardener gawking at me like I was Eleanor Roosevelt doing the jitterbug in her studded leather underwear. "Now that's a picture. Close your mouths, folks," I drawled. "You'll catch flies." The widow stepped forward, her eyes wider than dinner plates at the Ritz. "Miss Hart." "What? Who are you?" I straightened my fedora, which had somehow stayed on through the whole shebang. "Like I said, doll, I'm Roxy Hart, paranormal investigator extraordinaire. I just happen to have a bit more personal experience with the other side than most." "You mean you're the gardener stammered. "A ghost? Well, butter my biscuit and call me impressed," I said, winking. "Been haunting this side of the dirt since 1945, when a Jerry and I did the razor fandango in Kraut Country, and I missed a step. Figured I'd put my unique secret agent talents to good use, so I started solving cases no living gumshoe could crack." The butler, looking paler than usual, which for him was quite a feat, cleared his throat. "But how are you? Solid? And a woman?" I shrugged, straightening my trench coat. "A dame's gotta have some secrets, Jeeves. Let's just say I've picked up a few tricks since shuffling off this breathing business." "Now about your late boss." I explained how Cornelius had accidentally offed himself during his little summoning ritual. The big bad he'd called up had been more than happy to stick around and make itself at home, feeding off the fear and confusion of the household. "So that's the skinny," I concluded. "Case closed, and your house is officially deghouled. My bill will be in the mail, and don't worry, I accept most forms of payment in this realm." As I turned to leave, the widow called out, "Miss Hart, will we see you again?" I paused at the door, tipping my hat with a smirk. "Sugar, in my line of work, you never know where or when I might pop up. Just keep your eyes peeled and your Ouija boards handy." With that, I sauntered into the night, my form slowly fading like mist in the morning sun. Another case solved, another day. Well, not lived, but you get the picture. In this town, the streets are dark, the dames are dangerous, and the dead don't always stay put. But as long as there are phantoms causing trouble, Roxy Hart, the ghostly Dick, will be there to crack the case and save the day. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a hot date with eternity, and maybe a cold glass of spectral gin. This ghost detective's work is never done. But hey, that's the breaks when you're the spook who sleuths. The girl in the graveyard is your best friend, so you take her home. The night is a bruise between you, a blotch of rogue in the passenger window, the color of fruit left out to fester. The body pries at her seatbelt, a finger, then two. The radio echoes static, the body shuffles in her seat. You study the face, the similar slice of jaw, the nose humped from where a baseball had hit her at 12, just slightly off-center. The skin like a rain-licked plastic bag. The stink of musk and sulfur. You want to look away, but you cannot. She's so beautiful, even like this. Your headlights rake warbled slits through the dirt road, a yellow like jaundice. Your hands are stiff from the cold, your lips cracked. The girl beside you is dead, and you are bringing her home. For days ago, you'd stepped into a hardware store and emerged with a shovel sturdy enough to lift a life on. For days you'd spent digging dirt in your own backyard yard until loam muddied under your fingernails and erratic holes split garden beds like the mouths of greedy beasts. Until you could sift through soil with your eyes closed, with a hand bound. For nights you had laid in your bed staring at the pockmarked ceiling, wondering what it felt like to burn alive. Now, the shovel beats dull against the skin of your trunk. Your hands gripping the steering wheel like a throat you're trying to silence. The body turns, dawn bleaching the salmon gray of her skin. The left eye slips from its socket and she pushes it back in with the heel of her hand. She smiles, head lolling like a marionette's. Sorry, baby. Her voice comes out strained. I wasn't expecting company. I'm sure you understand. In a sickle of citrus moonlight, Adeline Marcus smiles up at you with shell-pale gums. Adeline Marcus died on the 31st of October and was buried a week later, the date on her gravestone a month shy of her 18th birthday. In the court, the boys would claim it was an accident, that they didn't know she was inside. For better or worse, you believe them. The fingers striking out matchboxes, the beer cans constellating the sidewalk. A prank gone too far, the wrong place, the wrong time. It doesn't have to be on purpose. She didn't have to be home. The coroner ruled it suffocation, but all you can imagine is flame like a stiff palm, striking over and over. Adeline had crawled from the mouth of the home on her hands and knees. She was dead by the time she reached the pavement, her Sunday dress singed up to her knees, the dress you knew well enough. Either way, the boys were left with 25 to life and the Marcus were left with a dead daughter, a ring of ash like chalk on the pavement. You were left with a misplaced guilt like hunger, a guilt like an Ouroboros, choking on the tail, swallowing the head, eating yourself alive and being unable to stop, even as it consumes you, because this wasn't the sort of thing that happened to good people. You watch water curl down your shower drain, carrying with it mortuary makeup, kaleidoscopic insects, and jasmine bubbles. Strings of dirt stretched out like sinew. The body's head rests on her knees, vertebrae needling through her back like a line of molars. The electric lights wash her green, dark veins rooted under brittle skin. She turns her face to the shower head and picks at the powdery sediment under her fingernails. The shower floor is a mess of grit, and you think of a child scooping up the sand. You turn the heat up until it scalds and scrub mildew from the base of the shower door. You think if you can only get everything clean, everything will be all right. She turns her head and looks at you through eyes obscured by glass paneling. She says, "It's not as bad as all that. I don't even think I felt a thing." But she says it through lips the color of spoiled plums, so the sentiment doesn't ring true. You lift threadbare towels from the bottoms of your linen closet. You walk 3 times around your block and return to a corpse sat on your sofa like she has nowhere better to be. There are ants in your sugar bowl. You try to remove them, lift their crystal-knotted bodies on the prong of a fork, but they slip between the gaps and you are left with a mess bigger than when you started. Tea-brown sludge bleeding from thoraxes and the stink of vinegar. There's a dead girl on your sofa, but let's focus on the ants in your sugar bowl. The way they thread through cysts of white like veins on a leaf, like the capillaries that run through the skin of your face. You make tea anyway. You add too much milk and sit cross-legged in front of the body. She stares at you. You stare back. The two of you drink and ribbons of watery milk pour clean out her trachea, the gaping hole in her chest, but she doesn't stop drinking until you do. You're not looking at me, she says. Not really. Yes, I am. You twist your hands in the shag carpet. Aren't I now? No, she says. You're not. You leave your teacup on the floor, saucer and iris of yellow, and go upstairs. You take 2 cigarettes from the carton squashed on your father's desk and then think better of it. Press down with your heel until tobacco dissipates into the tawny carpet. You change your bedsheets twice, eggshell white, no, gray with peonies. You make a second cup of tea. When you get back to the room, the body is still there. You are looking at her. You are not looking at her. Do I disgust you? She says. No. She shakes her head, dark hair plastered to her shoulders like reeds. No more than I always did. You need to sleep, you say. Baby? She tilts her head to one side. Sleeping is all I've ever done. __. The last time you saw Adeline Marcus alive was in the back of a stranger's car, parked on a stranger's street, with the taste of a stranger's tequila fresh between your lips. You were never too built for parties, so the outcome was a pair of girls who looked like they were playing dress-up. Blousy dresses with sleeves like a nun's. Thrift store necklaces noosing your necks. Shoplifted lipstick which she hid beneath her mattress. More wax than pigment. But in the citrus peel of street lights, in the low trill of distant music, the two of you looked beautiful. She had her legs curled under her and was sitting sideways in the back seat, her hand resting on your knee and the other palmed against the window, a song on her lips that you couldn't quite place. You were too close, but it was night and everyone was inside and drunk, and sometimes we all need to feel closer than we should be, to lose ourselves a little. The song melted on her lips, swallowed into the limp press of salvia and booze, and you said something like, I think I should go home now. And she said something like, have another drink. And so you did. You let her pour the liquor into the flimsy mouths of red plastic cups and watched her swallow. She said, you're so pretty. And you said, I think you should stop. And she said, just let me say that one thing. And you wanted to say, stop fucking looking at me like that. And you wanted to say, I want to crawl inside you and make a life for myself in the city of your mind. And you wanted to say, let's just be quiet, let's just not talk. Let's just not ruin a good thing by telling the truth. Instead, you pushed open the passenger door, stumbled out onto the skin of vein blue sidewalk. I'm going home now. The body lays with her back to your bed, hands worming in the floral sheets, chestnut hair spilling across her throat, past the ballpoint pen-marred bedposts, over the gray skin of her forehead. You are thinking about the silken mouth of a coffin. You are thinking of how she looked when you pulled her from the rose mouth of heaven. The radiator hums. A lace curtain bellies your open window. She rolls over onto her side, slots her hands together like pieces of a decaying jigsaw puzzle. You still can't even look at me. Her mouth moves too slowly, words like chewing gum. Why am I here? Bet? What's it for? There are pink crescent moons on the bed of your palms from the bite of your nails. She pulls her knees to her chest and a bone cracks. She pulls her knees to her chest and a molar tumbles from between her keyhole lips. You can only love me when I'm not here. You can only love me when there's nothing left to love. You press your cheek to the cool spread of linen beside her. You listen to the steady beat of your heart. The way you can feel it in your fingertips, entirely singular. Don't tell anyone, you say. Did you want it to die with me? Bet? She shifts and her hair falls against the nape of your neck. Were you glad it was silenced? Don't tell anyone, you say again. She sighs. lays herself back down so you're face to face. Crooked nose, eye pulling from its socket, the onset of gray-green decay wreathing her jaw, the smell of soil and rot and cicada-heavy nighttime. Who could I tell? She brushes your hand. I'm not really here. And suddenly you can imagine it is your fist splitting beer cans in two like overripe fruit. It is your fingers on the matchbox, your fingers striking out. But you both know the house would still be on fire, and you both know you'd leave alone. You take her hand. You put your face in the crook of her neck and beg forgiveness from a ghost. The girl in the graveyard is your best friend, so you take her home. The night is a bruise between you, a blotch of rogue in the passenger window, the color of fruit left out to fester. The body pries at her seatbelt, a finger, then two. The radio echoes static, the body shuffles in her seat. You study the face, the similar slice of jaw, the nose humped from where a baseball had hit her at 12, just slightly off-center. The skin like a rain-licked plastic bag. The stink of musk and sulfur. You want to look away, but you cannot. She's so beautiful, even like this. Your headlights rake warbled slits through the dirt road, a yellow like jaundice. Your hands are stiff from the cold, your lips cracked. The girl beside you is dead, and you are bringing her home. For days ago you'd stepped into a hardware store and emerged with a shovel sturdy enough to lift a life on. For days you'd spent digging dirt in your own backyard yard until loam muddied under your fingernails and erratic holes split garden beds like the mouths of greedy beasts. Until you could sift through soil with your eyes closed, with a hand bound. For nights you had laid in your bed staring at the pockmarked ceiling, wondering what it felt like to burn alive. Now, the shovel beats dull against the skin of your trunk. Your hands gripping the steering wheel like a throat you're trying to silence. The body turns, dawn bleaching the salmon gray of her skin. The left eye slips from its socket and she pushes it back in with the heel of her hand. She smiles, head lolling like a marionette's. Sorry, baby. Her voice comes out strained. I wasn't expecting company. I'm sure you understand. In a sickle of citrus moonlight, Adeline Marcus smiles up at you with shell-pale gums. Adeline Marcus died on the 31st of October and was buried a week later, the date on her gravestone a month shy of her 18th birthday. In the court, the boys would claim it was an accident, that they didn't know she was inside. For better or worse, you believe them. The fingers striking out matchboxes, the beer cans constellating the sidewalk. A prank gone too far, the wrong place, the wrong time. It doesn't have to be on purpose. She didn't have to be home. The coroner ruled it suffocation, but all you can imagine is flame like a stiff palm, striking over and over. Adeline had crawled from the mouth of the home on her hands and knees. She was dead by the time she reached the pavement, her Sunday dress singed up to her knees, the dress you knew well enough. Either way, the boys were left with 25 to life and the Marcus were left with a dead daughter, a ring of ash like chalk on the pavement. You were left with a misplaced guilt like hunger, a guilt like an Ouroboros, choking on the tail, swallowing the head, eating yourself alive and being unable to stop, even as it consumes you, because this wasn't the sort of thing that happened to good people. You watch water curl down your shower drain, carrying with it mortuary makeup, kaleidoscopic insects and jasmine bubbles, strings of dirt stretched out like sinew. The body's head rests on her knees, vertebrae needling through her back like a line of molars. The electric lights wash her green, dark veins rooted under brittle skin. She turns her face to the shower head and picks at the powdery sediment under her fingernails. The shower floor is a mess of grit, and you think of a child scooping up the sand. You turn the heat up until it scalds, and scrub mildew from the base of the shower door. You think if you can only get everything clean, everything will be all right. She turns her head and looks at you through eyes obscured by glass paneling. She says, "It's not as bad as all that. I don't even think I felt a thing." But she says it through lips the color of spoiled plums, so the sentiment doesn't ring true. You lift threadbare towels from the bottoms of your linen closet. You walk 3 times around your block and return to a corpse sat on your sofa like she has nowhere better to be. There are ants in your sugar bowl. You try to remove them, lift their crystal-knotted bodies on the prong of a fork, but they slip between the gaps and you are left with a mess bigger than when you started. Tea-brown sludge bleeding from thoraxes and the stink of vinegar. There's a dead girl on your sofa, but let's focus on the ants in your sugar bowl. The way they thread through cysts of white like veins on a leaf, like the capillaries that run through the skin of your face. You make tea anyway. You add too much milk and sit cross-legged in front of the body. She stares at you. You stare back. The two of you drink and ribbons of watery milk pour clean out her trachea, the gaping hole in her chest, but she doesn't stop drinking until you do. You're not looking at me, she says. Not really. Yes, I am. You twist your hands in the shag carpet. Aren't I now? No, she says. You're not. You leave your teacup on the floor, saucer and iris of yellow, and go upstairs. You take 2 cigarettes from the carton squashed on your father's desk and then think better of it. Press down with your heel until tobacco dissipates into the tawny carpet. You change your bedsheets twice, eggshell white, no, gray with peonies. You make a second cup of tea. When you get back to the room, the body is still there. You are looking at her. You are not looking at her. Do I disgust you? She says. No. She shakes her head, dark hair plastered to her shoulders like reeds. No more than I always did. You need to sleep, you say. Baby? She tilts her head to one side. Sleeping is all I've ever done. __. The last time you saw Adeline Marcus alive was in the back of a stranger's car, parked on a stranger's street, with the taste of a stranger's tequila fresh between your lips. You were never too built for parties, so the outcome was a pair of girls who looked like they were playing dress-up. Blousy dresses with sleeves like a nun's. Thrift store necklaces noosing your necks. Shoplifted lipstick which she hid beneath her mattress. More wax than pigment. But in the citrus peel of street lights, in the low trill of distant music, the two of you looked beautiful. She had her legs curled under her and was sitting sideways in the back seat, her hand resting on your knee and the other palmed against the window, a song on her lips that you couldn't quite place. You were too close, but it was night and everyone was inside and drunk, and sometimes we all need to feel closer than we should be, to lose ourselves a little. The song melted on her lips, swallowed into the limp press of salvia and booze, and you said something like, I think I should go home now, and she said something like, have another drink, and so you did. You let her pour the liquor into the flimsy mouths of red plastic cups and watched her swallow. She said, you're so pretty, and you said, I think you should stop, and she said, just let me say that one thing. And you wanted to say stop fucking looking at me like that, and you wanted to say I want to crawl inside you and make a life for myself in the city of your mind, and you wanted to say let's just be quiet, let's just not talk, let's just not ruin a good thing by telling the truth. Instead you pushed open the passenger door, stumbled out onto the skin of vein blue sidewalk. I'm going home now. The body lays with her back to your bed, hands worming in the floral sheets, chestnut hair spilling across her throat, past the ballpoint pen-marred bedposts, over the gray skin of her forehead. You are thinking about the silken mouth of a coffin. You are thinking of how she looked when you pulled her from the rose mouth of heaven. The radiator hums. A lace curtain bellies your open window. She rolls over onto her side, slots her hands together like pieces of a decaying jigsaw puzzle. You still can't even look at me. Her mouth moves too slowly, words like chewing gum. Why am I here? Bet? What's it for? There are pink crescent moons on the bed of your palms from the bite of your nails. She pulls her knees to her chest and a bone cracks. She pulls her knees to her chest and a molar tumbles from between her keyhole lips. You can only love me when I'm not here. You can only love me when there's nothing left to love. You press your cheek to the cool spread of linen beside her. You listen to the steady beat of your heart. The way you can feel it in your fingertips, entirely singular. Don't tell anyone, you say. Did you want it to die with me? Bet? She shifts and her hair falls against the nape of your neck. Were you glad it was silenced? Don't tell anyone, you say again. She sighs, lays herself back down so you're face to face. Crooked nose, eye pulling from its socket, the onset of gray-green decay wreathing her jaw. The smell of soil and rot and cicada-heavy nighttime. Who could I tell? She brushes your hand. I'm not really here. And suddenly you can imagine it is your fists splitting beer cans in two like overripe fruit. It is your fingers on the matchbox, your fingers striking out. But you both know the house would still be on fire. And you both know you'd leave alone. You take her hand. You put your face in the crook of her neck and beg forgiveness from a ghost. Let's go downstairs and bake some cookies, like Mother used to make. The warm smell sits right at home in your nostrils, invading them like wild axe murderers hacking and slashing their way through endless miles of human bodies that stand in the way of their inhumane, carnal desires. Show SHHH, but that's too dark. It's Christmas after all. So let's go downstairs and bake some cookies, like Mother used to make. One step, then two. Oh, isn't this great? You've never baked gingerbread cookies before, oh no, because you always thought that you would never be able to make them oh so good like Mother used to. What did she say she made them with? Some kind of special ingredient. What was it? Was it sugar and spice and everything nice? Was it love? That special ingredient that every mother cooks with because you are their extra special little kid? Oh my, this is exciting. Your heart hammers against your ribcage as you set the oven to, oh, you don't know what to set the oven to, you've never made these before. Probably 300 degrees will be good. You bend down, spin the dial. But what's that? What the heck? There's already a baking tray in there. You take it out, confused. On it, there's a set of perfectly cut gingerbread men. They wear little black tuxedos with white buttons. Their smiles expose endless rows of sharpened, white teeth, and their wide green eyes watch you intently with their white pupils. In the center, one of them stares right at you, holding a folded-up note in its tiny dough hand. You snatch it from him, not caring about the little man's feelings. To my little boy, my oh my, I can't believe how the years have passed. It seems like just yesterday that whatever secret deity governs this universe sent me to my untimely punishment beneath the earth's soil. I know, I was always so poetic, right? Now enjoy these cookies. I hope they taste just like how Mommy used to make. Love, Mother. Ding. Apparently 10 minutes pass while you read that short letter. But to be fair, you don't read it once. Do you now? You read it time after time until the words start doing tangos in your head as they spin spiderwebs around one another. Now after it dings, you're supposed to put the cookies back in and start the baking, Mother said. How hot do you bake them? You asked. Hot, very hot, Mother said. But don't they not like being so hot? Oh, these little guys won't mind at all, Mother said. She slid the tiny men into the 300-degree heat chamber. She smiled. There was really nothing to it. Nothing to it. Well, there's nothing to it, you think as you slide the baking tray in. And as the minutes tick by, their faces change. No more are the artificial smiles plastered on by a woman who would ruthlessly murder them. Now are the faces of men who know their deaths are coming. Smiles that slowly flatten in the corners as 3 minutes turn to 4, 5 minutes to 6, until the red frosting of their mouths fall clean off, and they can't shout for help. Just as you couldn't call the ambulance when you're there? Mother started clutching her heart and breathing heavily minutes after she slid the baking tray filled with small people into the oven for the final time, yelling for you to get the phone, to get up, to do something and not just sit there as the people cooked in their torture chamber. And then they come alive. One of them pokes its head up, its blank eyes staring into your heart. It's lifeless, dull, unknowing of the infernal fire around it. Like you on that fateful night, not knowing that Mother will soon be gone for good. It looks at you, and then it stands on its 2 stubby legs, stumbling as it gets up. It walks to the edge of the baking tray, carefully navigating around its still dead, unconscious friends as they lie down. their backs against the aluminum's sun-hot surface. It looks its friends in the eyes, and maybe it thinks, "I'm sorry that I'm here and you're not," and then steps over the edge, falling down into the oven's fiery, incomprehensible bottom. Clunk. "Mother?" you asked, your body shaking all over. Why was she on the ground? Why were her eyes closed? She may have been asleep for all you knew. Maybe she was. Maybe. And then they all stand up. They look like an army, all dressed in their uniform suits. One of them peers down and looks at its friend, all dismembered and burned on the oven's floor. It looks more like charcoal than a body. They form a single file line in the middle of the tray, a gingerbread snake, if you will. And one by one, each of them takes turns taking suicidal leaps off the edge, and one by one you catch their faces as they take their fateful falls. "Stop crying, kid," they all say. "Mother will be okay." Clunk, clunk, clunk. The gingerbread charcoal pile grows and grows until it is a small mountain. In it you see a face. Mother. And she smiles the gingerbread smile, looking at you, and you can't tell if it is a smile of relief or a smile of scorn. But it doesn't matter. Your mother's smile is the thing you have always wanted the most, and if this was the way you got it, then so be it. But that smile rang hollow, now devoid of any meaning, any life, an eternal reminder that mother is gone. And who's to blame for that? And yet you bake those cookies every year, forgetting that you tried the year before because the waves of memory forces their dark underbellies to recede. And every year you hope that they taste like how mother used to make. The parking lot was empty, except for dry weeds squeezing up through cracks in the asphalt, except for the deserted rusting basketball hoop on one end, except for rustling leaves skittering across fading parking spaces in the gathering dusk, except for oil spots shimmering with rainbow colors after a recent sprinkling. The parking lot was empty. And, because fate is resourceful, a steady gloomy rain started falling, blurring any hope of discovering the mysterious body called in by an anonymous tip. "What's in the corner by that dilapidated chain-link fence?" my partner, Andy, asked. "Looks like piles of garbage bags being buried by soggy leaves from here," I answered. "I'll circle around for a closer look. I detect movement." "Do dead bodies move?" "Nah. Just rats crawling all over." "Better get out and take a good look." Bummer, the rain is getting worse and the wind is picking up, turning this into a chilly, miserable autumn evening. Not even a sliver of a moon. "Why is that always the way when a body shows up?" Andy complained. "Can't we simply call the coroner's office to come claim the neatly wrapped package? They would love that and have our badges if it turned out to be nothing more than trash. We gotta confirm whatever it is. Sorry. Get your slicker on and take your flashlight. I'll be ready to call it in." I pulled the squad car up as close as I could as he prepared to exit. Suddenly, lightning flashed. Thunder pealed as a hail of bullets pounded the passenger side. Andy fell back inside his head, exploding and pouring gray matter all over me and the upholstery. Reacting instinctively, I spun out of the lot, laying new rubber on the old asphalt and bumping over the crumbling center meridian, at the same time trying to figure from which gaping windows in the 4-story abandoned factory building the bullets were spewing. Cursing under my breath. On to prank call. How can this be happening? Collecting my scrambled wits, I squealed a UI about half a block away and paused on the side of the street, looking back at the front of the building. Like rats abandoning a sinking ship, perps were scurrying out of doors carrying backpacks and rolled-up bedding. They appeared homeless, but any of them were potential suspects, and they were all getting away along with the weapons while I was on the horn to Central. Like a crazy man possessed, I ground into gear and plowed ahead, showering taser rays from my weapon, aiming at legs to slow them down. So what if I hit a few with my bumper? We would need witnesses. "Officer down. Send armored SWAT," was all I remember shouting into the mic. I sped out of retaliation range and waited for backup, not knowing if any would be available. All I wanted to do was hold what was left of my friend and partner. An 18-year veteran of the force, he was already looking forward to retiring and spending more time with his beautiful wife, Jolene, and his teenage sons, Andrew Jr. and Joshua. I remember watching those boys grow up. How am I ever going to face them? As the senior officer, I'm the one who was supposed to be protecting him. Instead, I delivered him into a hail of bullets. We let our guard down, dear boy. I don't have anyone waiting at home for me. Why couldn't it have been me with a new hole in the head? Can't even be an opened casket. No mortician can put the pieces back together. Bleak rain continued to fall into the chill autumn night, highlighted by blue and red strobing lights and streaking lightning punctuated by thunder. By the time the captain and lieutenant got there, I know I looked like a blubbering idiot, shivering and quaking. More squads and a special weapons van soon arrived. Didn't go in there without armor and shields. I think it was a deliberate ambush set up to kill as many police as they could. Got a fake tip about a body being found. But we were supposed to deliver the bodies. I'd say the bullets were coming from the second and third floor broken windows, but so many people scrambled out of the building you may not find any evidence. Still, someone could be waiting to claim more victims. I put a few down out front. Gotta go find some more. Bet those defund the police activists are happy with this carnage. Force is already down to bare bones. Slim odds we'll be able to round up all them. Easy, Cooper, look at yourself. You hit at all? You've done all you're going to do tonight. Lieutenant Kramer and I will handle it from here. Someone will assess how you're doing while we assess the situation. Captain Crane commanded. Soon ambulances were on the scene with emergency medical technicians attending to those witnesses I hit and myself. Bloody headless Andy was scooped into a body bag and our pockmarked unit was hauled in for evidence. Ignoring all my protesting, I was delivered to the hospital and examined for holes. Hard to determine what was me and what was pieces of Andy. Really document. I'm still in one piece. Only need to clean the gore off. I'll be all right. You're shaking like a leaf ready to fall. When I'm done with you, I'll assign a trauma evaluator before you crash and burn. Losing a partner like that will have long-term effects if left unaddressed. Doctor's orders. Time off while you see a therapist. I'll have the support of all the guys in the precinct. I'm not sure about a shrink, but I promise you I'm going to be someone's worst nightmare once I get back on the street to find the monsters that riddled us. They don't understand what they've created. I'll never retire. I'm a lifer now. You can bet. Gonna rain long-term regrets down on him. Margaret's weathered fingers traced the delicate stitches along the doll's hemline, her pride swelling at another perfectly executed creation. Afternoon sunlight filtered through her workshop's lace curtains, casting intricate shadows across the wooden workbench where dozens of half-finished dolls lay in various states of completion. The rich scent of chamomile tea mingled with the mustier odors of fabric scraps and aging wood. "There you are, little one," she murmured, adjusting the tiny bonnet on the doll's head. "Ready for Sarah's birthday tomorrow." At 78, Margaret found her greatest joy in crafting these unique companions for the local children. Each doll was a testament to her 6 decades of experience. Every stitch deliberate, every fabric choice meaningful. She'd always believed that a properly made doll could be a child's most trusted confidant. As she reached for her scissors to trim a loose thread, her elbow knocked against her sewing basket. The wicker container tipped, spilling its contents across the floor with a clatter. Sighing, Margaret lowered herself carefully to her knees, gathering scattered spools and needles. Her joints protested the movement, a reminder of time's relentless march. That's when she saw it. Partially hidden beneath her workbench sat a doll she didn't recognize. Margaret's breath caught in her throat. The doll wore a dress of faded lavender cotton, her favorite color, and its silver gray hair was arranged in the same neat bun she'd worn for the past 40 years. But it was the face that made her hands tremble. High cheekbones, thin lips pressed into a gentle smile, and eyes the color of pale blue forget-me-nots. Her eyes, Impossible, she whispered, reaching for the doll with trembling fingers. I never made you. The doll's porcelain skin felt cool against her touch, its weight familiar yet wrong in her hands. Every detail was perfect, too perfect. The tiny crow's feet at the corners of the eyes, the slight asymmetry of the nose that she'd always been self-conscious about, even the small scar above her left eyebrow from a childhood accident. Margaret placed the doll on her workbench, her heart pounding against her ribs. She'd made hundreds of dolls over the years, but never one of herself. It went against everything she believed about her craft. Dolls were meant to be companions, not mirrors. The workshop suddenly felt colder, the familiar comfort of her creative space replaced by an unsettling awareness of the dozens of glass eyes watching her from the shelves. The doll's gaze seemed to follow her as she paced, her mind racing through possibilities. Had she made it during one of her occasional bouts of insomnia? No, she would have remembered the hours of work required for such detailed features. A sharp rap at the door made her jump. "Miss Margaret?" called a small voice. "Mom wanted to know if Emily's doll is ready?" Just a moment, dear," she called back, her voice shakier than she intended. When she turned back to the workbench, the doll was gone. Margaret froze, her eyes darting across the cluttered surface. She dropped to her knees again, ignoring the protest of her joints as she searched under the bench, behind boxes of fabric, anywhere the doll might have fallen. But it had vanished as mysteriously as it had appeared. The knocking came again, more insistent this time. "Coming," she called, pulling herself up with the help of her chair. As she smoothed her apron and tried to compose herself, Margaret couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had shifted in her ordered world. The boundaries between creator and creation had blurred, and in that blurring, something unsettling had taken root. She cast one last glance at her workshop before heading to the door, unable to escape the sensation that among the dozens of dolls watching her from their perches, one pair of forget-me-not blue eyes followed her movement with particular interest. 3 weeks passed, and Margaret began to doubt her memory of that strange afternoon. The incident with the doll might have been a dream, she told herself, or perhaps a momentary delusion brought on by fatigue. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, especially during the quiet hours when she worked alone in her workshop. One morning, while preparing for her weekly visit to church, Margaret stood before her bedroom mirror, pinning her hat in place. A flash of lavender in the reflection caught her eye. There, seated in her rocking chair, was the doll. The rocker moved ever so slightly, though no breeze stirred the heavy curtains. "No," Margaret whispered, gripping the edge of her dresser. "This isn't possible." The doll's painted lips seemed different now. The gentle smile had twisted into something closer to a smirk. Its porcelain skin showed new lines around the mouth and eyes, mirroring the very wrinkles Margaret had noticed forming on her own face in recent months. She forced herself to turn around, half expecting the chair to be empty. But the doll remained, its head tilted at an angle that made Margaret's neck ache in sympathy. As she watched, frozen in place, the doll's right hand twitched, fingers curling into a small fist. Margaret fled the room, her hat forgotten, her heart thundering in her chest. She didn't stop until she reached her kitchen, where morning sunlight painted everything in safe, ordinary colors. Her hands shook as she poured herself a glass of water, spilling some on her Sunday best. "Get hold of yourself," she muttered, pressing the cool glass against her forehead. "You're being foolish." The telephone's sharp ring made her jump, water sloshing onto the linoleum floor. She answered it, grateful for the distraction. "Margaret," it was Helen from church. "Are you all right? We missed you at service." Margaret glanced at the clock on her wall and gasped. It was nearly noon. She'd been standing in her kitchen for over 2 hours. "I'm fine, dear," she lied, her voice steadier than she felt. "Just feeling a bit under the weather." "Well, you should have seen little Sarah. She brought her new doll to show everyone." Such beautiful work, as always. Though. Helen paused, and Margaret's grip tightened on the receiver. She said the strangest thing. She told her mother the doll had been crying real tears. Margaret's water glass slipped from her nerveless fingers, shattering on the floor. She barely registered Helen's concerned voice as she stared at the doorway to her bedroom. The doll sat there now, on the floor just visible through the gap, its face turned up toward her. A single, glistening tear tracked down its porcelain cheek. "I'll call you back," Margaret whispered into the phone and hung up. She approached the doll slowly, as one might approach a wounded animal. Its dress, the same shade of lavender she wore now, showed signs of wear it hadn't had before. The silver-gray hair had begun to thin at the temples, just like her own. "What are you?" she breathed. The doll's head turned, ever so slightly, the movement accompanied by the faint sound of porcelain grinding against porcelain. Its forget-me-not eyes, once merely painted, now held depth and shadow. Margaret saw something moving in those depths, memories perhaps, or possibilities. She saw herself hunched over her workbench, younger and full of promise, threading needles by candlelight and breathing life into cloth and clay. She saw decades of solitude, of choosing her craft over companionship, of watching other women her age surrounded by families, while she surrounded herself with dolls. The tear on the doll's cheek caught the light, and Margaret realized with horror that it wasn't alone in its weeping. Her own cheeks were wet. The summer heat turned oppressive as August dragged on, but Margaret kept her workshop windows sealed tight. She'd moved her workbench to face the door, refusing to turn her back on the rows of dolls that lined her shelves. The lavender doll appeared with increasing frequency now, on the kitchen counter during breakfast, in the garden while she tended her herbs, at the foot of her bed in the dark hours before dawn. His face had grown haggard, bitter. The once neat silver hair now hung in stringy strands, and its dress showed dark stains that appeared to seep from within. Margaret noticed her own reflection beginning to match it, though she couldn't say which changed first, the doll or herself. "Miss Margaret." Tommy Phillips stood in her workshop doorway, shifting from foot to foot. "Mom says you haven't answered your phone. She's worried about Katie's doll." Margaret looked up from the half-finished doll on her workbench, her first attempt at work in days. Her hands trembled as she set down her needle. "Katie's doll? The one she got last month?" Its face changed. Tommy's voice dropped to a whisper. "She says it looks angry now, and old. Really old." A laugh bubbled up from Margaret's throat, high and brittle. "Dolls don't change, Tommy. They're just dolls." "But they're just dolls." The words erupted from her with unexpected force, causing Tommy to stumble backward. Behind him, on her highest shelf, the lavender doll sat with its legs dangling, watching. Its lips moved soundlessly, mouthing the words along with her. Tommy fled, the workshop door banging shut behind him. Margaret slumped in her chair, exhaustion seeping into her bones. When had she last slept properly? Eaten a full meal? The half-finished doll before her swam in her vision, its features blurring into something familiar and terrible. A soft thump made her look up. The lavender doll now stood on her workbench, its dress darkened as if dipped in ink. Its face, her face, had transformed into a mask of malice, deep cracks spreading across its porcelain surface like spider webs. "You can't be real," Margaret whispered. The doll's head tilted at an impossible angle, its neck creaking. When it spoke, its voice was the sound of scissors snipping through silk. "We're all real, Margaret. Every single one you've made. Every dream you've stitched. Every hope you've painted. Every loneliness you've poured into porcelain and cloth." Margaret's gaze darted to the shelves where hundreds of dolls sat watching. Had their positions changed? Were their heads turned just slightly more in her direction? "I never made you," she insisted, but her voice wavered. The doll took a step forward, porcelain feet clicking against wood. "Didn't you?" Aren't we all pieces of you, scattered across the years? Little fragments of your soul, given away one stitch at a time. Another step, dark liquid, not quite water, not quite blood, dripped from the hem of its dress. But you kept the bitterest piece for yourself, didn't you? Locked it away behind your smile and your gentle words, behind your gifts to other people's children. Margaret stood so quickly her chair toppled backward. The sound of it hitting the floor was echoed by soft thumps from the shelves as other dolls began to move, their heads turning, their tiny hands reaching. "Stop this," she commanded, but the words emerged as a plea. The lavender doll's cracked face split in a wide smile. "We can't stop, Margaret. We're not finished yet. After all." It gestured to the half-completed doll on her workbench, which now bore the face of a young girl Margaret recognized. Herself 60 years ago, when she'd first picked up a needle and thread. "You still have so much left to give." Helen found Margaret's workshop door unlocked on a crisp September morning, unusual for the early hour. The ancient bell above the door chimed her arrival, its cheerful tone at odds with the shadows that cloaked the room. "Margaret?" she called, stepping carefully around scattered fabric scraps and upended boxes. "We've been so worried. No one's seen you in days." Once sunlight filtered through grimy windows, illuminating dust motes that danced like lost spirits. Helen's foot struck something that rolled across the wooden floor with a hollow sound. A spool of lavender thread, unwinding itself like a surrendered secret. The workshop seemed different somehow. The familiar shelves of dolls that had always given Helen a slight sense of unease now stood empty, their collecting dust the only evidence they'd ever been there. Yet the room didn't feel vacant. If anything, it felt more crowded, as if the air itself had grown thick with watching things. She found Margaret seated at her workbench, back turned, head bowed over her work. "There you are. We've all been." Helen's words died in her throat as she reached for Margaret's shoulder. The figure at the bench was not Margaret, at least not entirely. Its skin had the same sheen as fired porcelain, its silver hair the texture of carefully stitched threads. The lavender dress it wore seemed to shift between fabric and painted clay, and when it turned, oh God, when it turned, its face was a perfect mask of Margaret's features, frozen in an expression of serene acceptance. "Hello, Helen," it said in Margaret's voice, though its porcelain lips didn't move. "I've had the most wonderful revelation." Helen stumbled backward, her heel catching on an oversized sewing needle. She grabbed a shelf for support, her fingers coming away sticky with something dark and viscous. "You see, the thing that both was and wasn't," Margaret continued, rising from its chair with clicking, grinding sounds. "I finally understood what was happening. All these years, I thought I was putting pieces of myself into my dolls." It gestured to a small doll on the workbench, the only doll left in the workshop. It bore the face of a young Margaret, its eyes bright with hope and possibility. But it was the other way around, wasn't it? The porcelain creature twisted to face her with an unnatural fluidity, its joints moving in ways human bones never could. They were putting pieces of themselves into me. Every stitch, every painted smile, every secret wish whispered to them in the dark. They were making me into something new, something better. Helen's back hit the workshop door. Her trembling hands found the handle, but it wouldn't turn. The creature that had been Margaret picked up the young doll from the workbench. "I've saved this last piece, Helen. Would you like to see what I become when I add it? When I'm finally complete?" Helen screamed then, a sound that was swallowed by the watchful silence of the workshop. As her consciousness began to fade, the last thing she saw was the creature lifting the final doll to its chest, pressing it into its porcelain flesh like a missing puzzle piece. And all around them, in the dust and shadows, Helen could have sworn she saw hundreds of dolls materializing on the empty shelves, their tiny hands reaching out in triumph or supplication or perhaps, most terrifying of all, welcome. Helen's family found her trembling in the workshop doorway, her eyes fixed on the empty workbench. The shelves that had once held hundreds of dolls stood bare, save for a thick layer of dust and something darker that seemed to seep from the wood itself. They searched for Margaret, of course, filed reports, asked questions. But all they ever found was a single doll in a faded lavender dress, seated at her workbench. Its silver hair was arranged in a perfect bun, its forget-me-not blue eyes bright with something that might have been triumph or resignation or perhaps understanding. Its porcelain hands were positioned as if threading a needle, though no thread was visible. The curious thing was, everyone who looked at the doll saw something different. The children saw a kindly old woman with gentle hands and a warm smile. Their parents saw a talented artisan, proud of her life's work. But those who had known Margaret longest, those who had watched her pour herself into every doll she'd ever made, stitch by careful stitch, they saw only Margaret herself, finally becoming the thing she had always wanted to create, a perfect vessel for other people's dreams. They sealed up the workshop after that. But sometimes, late at night, young girls press their faces against the grimy windows, drawn by a light no one else can see. And in their dreams that night, they find themselves holding dolls with faces that look remarkably like their own, each one wearing a tiny dress of perfect, faded lavender.